Hello. We're good to go? There we go. I was just making sure the game is booting up correctly. Hello, welcome back. Stream 9. That's correct, says AJ. And greetings, Captain D Honor Seeker. First in the chat. Good to see you guys. Been away for a couple of days, but we're back. Hopefully streaming for the next couple of days anyway. Just been so busy over the weekend. But all good stuff. Good to be busy. So as a result, I haven't had much time to jump into the game and check out where we're at. 47 hours, 40 minutes in. But the idea would be that we complete this iron factory today. However, there is the problem of getting all the copper out and doing stuff with copper, so that will be a bit of a backlog. But I'm back. But we should still be able to make a good progress, and we'll just try to stay focused. Here for 4 hours. Start the clock. Let's go. Hey, Jamichael. Always want to say Jamie Cal. Jamichael. And 6Z. Nice to be here again. Nice to see you again. Squirrelson. Hello. And hello, my name is Josh. Finally I can catch a stream. Hello. Yeah, it's great. You know, when you don't stream for a couple of days, I can see loads of people commenting on the other videos, the other streams, saying like, oh, I'm almost there, I'm almost caught up, or I am caught up now, and stuff like that. Now they're waiting for the next one. So it's really cool to see that, I guess. And it was Gorlin who was asking about dimensional depots. I don't have a problem with you mentioning that, by the way. He seemed to be maybe worried that he was annoying me or other people or anything. I do get asked about dimensional depots a lot, but, you know, so far, everything I built is kind of in the same place. Not too far. But I haven't had a massive need for them. Obviously, they do just save you time, and I've got them set up. We have one for silica, reanimated SAM, quartz crystal, and then I think packaged fuel, and now reinforced iron plates. I got the uploader so I can throw things in there myself. So, I feel like I'm using it, you know? I just haven't built a dedicated, like, whole setup for it. Although, I imagine the way I'll probably use it is just adding dimensional depots to different factories for all the different buildables I want to kind of carry around with me. That's what I think I'll probably do. Alright, so let's catch up on what's going on with this factory, just for anyone who's not familiar with it. And we can kind of talk through it really quickly, and then catch up on what we're going to be doing today. As you can see on the right-hand side, we left off with rotors, stators, and motors. I think rotors are actually done, from what I recall. These make them, right? Rotors, yep. It doesn't tell you the blueprint on your... Oh, it does now. Huh, didn't until I copied it. Anyway, whatever. It's fine. Like this one. Doesn't actually tell me what it is, right? Dismantle mode doesn't say what it is, but you copy it. And you get rid of that. Now it'll tell me what it is. Like it needs a little update. Anyways, right, so we left off by just well, let's first off have a look at our little belts down here. Because they're looking mighty fine. I did manage to get a look at these just beforehand, and they look pretty cool. All flowing at 480. It's what it's all about. When you get your numbers perfect, you get that waterfall effect, right? Love it. So good. I don't know why I call it waterfall. It's just like a constant, like everything's flowing at the same rate. Just looks great. Silently as well, apparently. And then we have this one, which is the reverse waterfall. Water rise. And iron rise. I think I said that exact thing before. There we go. Looking good. Being very minimal, if none at all, hitching, which is what we'd like to see. Means everything's running either at 100% or even less than what it should be. But it should be fine. Alright, so that's the situation. So, let's continue on. I haven't looked at this game or played it since we last talked, other than loading in just to take a quick screenshot for the thumbnail. So I just wanted to check on a few things before we get up to speed, but I think rotors are now done. Right, we're sending up screws to be made into rotors, combining them with the reinforced iron plates, I think. And that should be that. I can't remember how much we're making. I should have really written that down somewhere. Have to do that in a moment. Got my pen and paper, of course. Oh yeah, and we emptied out some of the machines. Ah, oh yeah. I just got a bunch of memories. So, I've got lots of papers from different things I do all the time. Need to find the one for, on the last stream. This is just from the last 2 days. Because I wrote down somewhere that we've got extra plates. Oh, sorry, extra rods. Oh, yeah, here we go. Satisfactory. These two are good. Can't really find it. Doesn't really matter though. I've got the 2 original pieces of paper, which is all I need, and I do remember that we make 40 rods per minute more than we need. Just don't remember which belt is doing that, you know? So that's the kind of thing I would need to figure out. But rods we expect to see get backed up, and therefore we expect to see the ingots get backed up eventually. Alright, how do you copy a blueprint? You take out the dismantle tool, right, which this would be what it looks like normally, and then you press R. Then you press middle mouse click to copy. There we go. Alrighty. That over to the side. Cool. Oh yeah. So I do remember this now, actually, just very quickly. So it's more for my own sake, but just as a reminder, this place is... This line here of purple sort of machines is getting 460 screws per minute. So the excess 20 is going off this way, and that's happening twice, because there's 2 belts of 480, right? But they're only being consumed 460. So both of them have a little overflow. Smart splitter overflow, hopefully sending that excess 20 this way and down. And we're probably still waiting for all of these to get up to 100%, I would imagine. Yeah, they're not quite there yet, but they will be. No time at all. And at the moment, that's all just going down to be crushed up and made into tickets. Great. Alright, so we'll mark that off the list. That's rotors done. The next thing is stators. So straight away we're into the copper aspect, I guess, because we already have the steel pipe. So the stator recipe, if we were to take a quick look at it, it's wire and steel pipe. We have a copper node downstairs. We need to use some of it for other things, I guess. Other things that use copper. But a lot of it can be made into wire. However much we need to just make stators, I guess. So 5 per minute. I think we want to use pretty much all stators. Stators and rotors combined to make motors. It'd be nice if we had a little bit left over of both for buildables, because some buildables use stators and some buildables use rotors, right? Like this. That's the other thing we need, cable. Okay, cool. Getting a plan. A plan is coming together. Aren't the extra 40 going into a sink? I think they were, but then I cut that off. If I'm not mistaken. Let's have a look. Because, yeah, I cut it off because, remember, the sink was in here somewhere. So what I would need to do is take 10 from each line. Or just make an overflow here, I suppose. If it gets backed up here, then send it all out. It's probably the way to do it. We could just do that right now. Keep it all running. This would be a bit of a temporary one. Again. Even just do that for now. Smart splitter, so we'll say overflow. Overflow at the left. I'm just going to, again, temporary. This will be cleared, and that belt will be fixed up as well, because it looks a bit messy. That's just going to go somewhere over there, right? In fact, we could merge it onto this line. I want to get crazy. Something like that's pretty fine. It's actually weirdly at an angle, but we'll figure it out, right? Cool. So this can now do overflow at the left and straight ahead. So yeah, once this gets backed up, then it is just the extra 40 now merging onto this belt and going into the bin, basically. But yeah, good to point it out and good just to get that right. At least everything will run nicely, and then this is the sort of, you know, work in progress for aesthetics, and then this bit as well, right? But everything else is going to be set in stone. Except for the trees poking through the ground. Are these done now as well? I think so, right? They're not being used anymore, so that can go, and that can go. Nice. Decluttering as we move up the floors all the time. I'm just going to take on more packaged fuel. So good the way we can do that. Nice. Hey, Ryan Johnson again. Glad you streamed today. Currently working on my first aluminum factory. Nice. A lot of people struggle with that. Hopefully you make it through okay. Hey, Scott. Finally caught up on your progress so far yesterday. Now catching the stream. Great timing. Awesome. Good to see you, man. I'm going to widen out my chat so I can see more at once. Hey, from South Africa. Hello from South England. I finished my motor factory. Decided to go iron wire. Iron pipe and encased pipe. No steel. Was a fun build. I feel like, iron wire. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good recipe, actually, yeah. And steel rotors, nice. Steel rotors and stators make the chain so easy. Take you on a tangent, is it still more advantageous to build the fuel generators as regular fuel rather than turbo fuel? Or did they rebuff the turbo fuel? See, I'm not the best player, to be quite honest. I always considered turbo fuel better. So you said they might have rebuffed it. I didn't know it needed a buff in the first place. I've always thought it was better, but I could be wrong. I've never used diluted fuel in other recipes, so you're asking the wrong guy, I guess, unfortunately. I just made turbo fuel because I thought it was cool, and it seemed to be better than what I had. But I haven't built all fuel types. I made a turbo fuel. The long story short is I made a turbo fuel factory because it was better, definitely the best recipe I had at the time. And then I never built another power factory ever since then, because I've never made it to nuclear, and I've never needed to. I've just never gotten that far. So I'm weak, basically. I'm not that good at the game to know. But everyone in the chat and comments of videos always tells me, it's like, yeah, you gotta do like the heavy package fuel, you unpack it and you get diluted fuel, something like that. I don't know the chain. You know, you do a few steps, bada bing, bada boom, you get more out of your fuel, right? So I don't know if turbo fuel is still not good compared to that or anything, because I just don't know. I built like a supercomputer factory, heavy modular frames, fused frame factory, all this stuff based off of turbo fuel, and I still had like about 20,000 megawatts left over in that other world. I could have done more before it would have eventually hit a wall, and then I would have looked through the recipes again and seen like, okay, which one now at this stage can I use? You keep saying you aren't that good at the game, but you kind of are. Well, and thank you. I'm more mean like late game, right? I'm fine at the game, but I've never made it to the end. I've never even really made it beyond the 2/3 mark, I guess. And I have 1,500 hours. So when someone plays a lot and they never make it to the end of something, are they really that good at it? Probably not. You know? I'm more brute forcing my way through. Anyways. Okay, so I pretty much know what we're going to be doing then. So I just need to figure out the rates, and that'll be the last thing. So let's just have a look. These are all at 100%, and there's 10? Oh, okay, so we're making 40 per minute. Once it gets up to 100%, it's just going to be a bit low until we have that excess come in here for a while. Getting close though with the percentages. So 40 per minute rotors. Just going to make a note of that. I'll forget where these things go. Alright, so rotor equals 40. We have iron rods left over at 40. As for the other stuff, I want to do let's do a little recap and see what's going on, what else we're making that's not being used, just to know what's our surplus right now. For 4.791. Man, I wish I could remember what these all did. I did write it down, I've just lost it. Got numbers written all over this scrap of paper, I don't know what it means. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 16, is it? Alright. I trust that I set it up correctly, so 16 times 4.791. 76 points, basically 6. Okay, I found it on the other piece of paper, so I know what that means now. Alright, 76.656. Now, and some of them, not all, are going in here. Yeah, okay, cool. This will give me the surplus number then. So, some of it's going into a dimensional depot, the rest is going in this way. So, I'll just write down, make sure what that was, 76.66. Let's just say 76.66. And then these are consuming 3 per minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 20. So that's 60. Means we make 16. So RI plates equals 16.66 per minute. Cool. That's it. We gotta keep going down the floors then to see what else we make. Bro using a notebook and pen? Shit, serious. Yeah, I always do that. I don't know, I do that with loads of games. I like to get trophies and stuff in PlayStation games, and even when I'm tracking collectibles and things, I just use a notepad. I don't know why. Just like it. Something nice and tactile about just writing on pen and paper. And then just discarding them as well, immediately. I have a very fragmented mind, or it feels that way to me. I have a terrible memory, so I make notes all the time. Just to remember, like, the most basic stuff. I don't really like doing it on my phone. And things like that. Trying to think, am I missing anything else from this floor? Nope, I think that's it. All right. Ooh, we need to make modular frames. How do you make those? Oh, wait. Did we make them already? I've listed it as done. Oh. Talk about having a bad memory, right? Apparently this is already done. So, these are... Oh, these are making modular frames. For some reason, when I saw the blue, I thought they were making screws. But they make modular frames. We just looked at it. Sorry, okay, that makes sense. Alright, cool. So yeah, we've accounted for the two things that go in there. We've accounted for the... All the screws are being used, so there's none left over, so that's totally fine. And we're using all of the iron ingots. That's totally fine. Got a nice flow. Like to see it. Let's just stay on this floor, though, and account for what we've got. So steel pipe is here. I think it's 240 per minute, because we've got 10 of them. So let's just write that down. Steel pipe. The synchronization. So good. Okay, 240 per minute steel pipe is what we're going to be using. We also have a bunch of iron plates. Some left over. Can't remember how much. We use 460. We make 640. Do it in my head, but I'll make mistakes. Alright, so we've got 180. Iron plates. 180. These are all per minute, so it's just good to take stock of that. Okay, so I think this is everything we have left over right now. So we started the chain with 2,880 ore per minute, iron ore. That obviously, that just gets refined right into ingots 1-to-1 in our smelter, so that's fine. All of that's getting divided up, and now what we're getting as a result, so far, in the factory... Actually, one last thing I didn't count was how many modular frames are we getting? And that will give us our totals, like our current totals, and what we have to work with in order to make the next things. So, what did I say? There's 20 of these, I think. Not everything's getting everything, but hopefully... Just a slow manifold. That is the one in the very end, so I think that's probably it. Some of them are actually rolling through Smart Splitter, actually. Alright, might have to check the belts on those. Right, so anyway, 2 times... So that's 40. The mod frames equals 40. Alright. There we go. So I'll just catch the chat in one sec, but just to catch up on like what this place makes now. As of right now, it makes, and we'll start from like maybe the bottom tier up. So iron plates, 180 per minute. Iron rods, 40 per minute. Steel pipes, 240 per minute. Reinforced iron plates, 16.66 per minute. Rotors, 40 per minute. And modular frames, 40 per minute. That's where we're at. All started from 2,880 iron ore per minute. Excuse me. How do you feel about the aesthetics of snapping splitters to lift heads? I don't like it. Yeah, someone asked me that actually last time we streamed. Not a fan. Doesn't look right. It looks like the thing that's going in. You see the little, like, lift. It goes straight through the bottom of the splitter. So I never like doing that. I always like plugging them in properly. Hey, Nicholas. Hey there from Texas. It's Tyler Dukes. Finally able to catch a live chat and stream. Just want to say thanks. Hey, appreciate that. Thanks, Tyler. Neurodivergent. I don't think I'm that. I think I just have a bad memory. How many motors per minute will you be making? Well, that's what I was trying to find out. So I wanted to get all those numbers in check, just because I couldn't remember them. Now we can work out how many motors we can do. So motors are rotors and stators, but we have to make the stators first. Now we pretty much more than enough copper than we'll ever need to do that here anyway. So let's see what we can make with them. Wrong thing. Okay, so it's 40 wire and 15 steel pipe. Well, I just told you how many pipes we have. That's on the test. Hopefully you can get that number right. And then we get 5 out. Alright, if I wanted to consume all steel pipe and make as many stators as possible, it'd be 240 divided by 15. That'd be 16 machines. So the 16 then times the, what was it? 40, just 40? That's how much wire we'd need. We would need 800. So it's 240 over 800 into Well, not over it, but... And we'd make 80 stators. That's twice as many as I need. Because I can't provide that much. I only have 40 rotors per minute. So if you want to make them equal each other, we could use half. So make 8 machines. And that would leave me with some steel pipe to do other things with. Although I'm not really sure what else I can really do with them. Suppose we could go online and have a look. Like, what else do you do with steel pipe? Is it worth having it as a reserve for buildables? Because I think it goes into some machines. So Satisfactory wiki. GG. Same for a rainy day. So it's worth mentioning, I have a steel factory that makes pipes and beams. But there's concrete here, so you could maybe use the excess steel pipe and get that alternate recipe to make encased industrial beams. Low quantity, but you could just do that. That could be a potential starter. Anyway, steel peep. So that's how you make them. Yeah, that's... Okay. So their usage. So I'm not really too interested in... Okay, so they're made in explosive rebar, your gas mask. They can be used later in heavy modular frames. The quantity we'd be left with is quite low. 120 per minute, so I don't really think we'd really, you know, need them here. Well, maybe. Probably not, though, in that one. So then it's equipment workshop. That stuff doesn't matter. Actually, making a few little nobelisks on the side might be good. Ah, they're made in SAM fluctuators. That's pretty good. How am I doing? Hey, Mr. Severance. I'm doing pretty good. Yeah, it's kind of late, but actually I have pretty good energy, I feel like. For me, anyway. Dimensional storage and upload them. I know you can do that. I make 120 a minute. So the question is, do I need to do that? You know, do I need to put them in a storage? What am I going to use them for? That's why I came in here. It's like, okay, to what? What would I do with them? Pull them out and make nobelisks every now and then. People are too obsessed with the dimensional depot, in my opinion. Using it doesn't even make any sense. Building trains with them. So it does make sense to have some in your pocket in case you're building trains or freight cars. Okay, I'll give you that. Steel pipes are needed for the hypertube? Is that new? Didn't they used to just cost sheets? Yeah, that's different. Okay, now I take it all back. You're right. Having that in your inventory, if you're going to use it for stuff like that, that's fairly common buildable. I suppose as is the Miner Mark 2 and 3. Okay, I take it all back. Yeah, it's neat for... Although 120 per minute is a lot to just send it to a depot. But it's also kind of not really enough to really do anything else with. Maybe have a little Novelist thing on the side or something if there's some sulfur nearby. This 20 per minute, you know, you could set up 2 or 3 of those and put them in your depot. Need it for railway too now? Oh my god. Why did they do that? That sucks. You need so much more of it now. It just used to be steel before, right? Oh, well, the more you know. Okay, I guess... Well, it's a good thing I have a factory that does both of those things anyway, but... We just have that little bit extra here that I wanted to do something with. Okay, so, knowing that... We've got 240 a minute. We need half that. So, 120... And how much does that go into? It's 15. It's 8, right? So we need 8 machines... which are going to take 400 wire. That's all I need the wire for. And that will make 40 stators per minute. Then we can combine them with every rotor we have, or we could try to just save a tiny little bit so that we have a little bit of excess going into our inventory. Like, let's have a look at how many motors that would be. They're just 1-to-1, aren't they? So it's 10 in. So we could build 20 per minute. I could do 15 per minute. Save the 10 rotors and 10 stators per minute to go into my inventory, into my depots. Probably will do that just to have them as buildables and never have to come back here. Or not never have to come back here, but never have to like worry about it. So yeah, so that's probably what we'll do. 15 motors per minute. Nothing terribly huge, but we could do 20, but at least we're left over with something then. Those browser ads just get uBlock. I don't even see the ads, you know? It's not even something I worry about. And I don't use ad block. Not because I'm a content creator, I just never have. It's fine. It really doesn't bother me. It's very rare I go to any website that isn't just YouTube. Pretty rare. YouTube, Reddit, and Twitter, I guess, are the main sites I visit. But yeah, I couldn't even tell you what was on that page. You know, you couldn't pay me to like know what I just got advertised because I just didn't see it. Didn't even see it. Trying to really think, like, what was it? I feel like there was some white box with red text, but I don't know. Each to their own, though. Anyways, isn't it 16 times 4 for copper wire? I didn't do anything. Don't worry, I didn't do anything to do with copper wire. In terms of that. Nothing I did was... So all I looked up to do with wire just there was stators. Stators receive 40 per minute. So the math I just did was how much wire I would need to make 40 stators. That's it. I didn't look at anything else. Has anyone else spam petted the giant moth before? Messes the audio up. Oh. No, I didn't do that. 102, it's perfect for the depot. I don't really use trains very much. That's why I was saying, like, even... But now knowing that you need them for train tracks and things, yeah, I wouldn't have known that. I thought maybe for a few buildables, sure. But I was like, do I need 120 per minute? Probably not. But I guess we'll do that. Alright, so knowing all that, we can go make our blueprint. We know that we're going to make 8 machines making stators. So stators is up next. We need 8 machines. So I'm just going to head over to our blueprints and make a new one. Unless we already have one, I think, for stators. That one there. I'll have to modify it just a little bit. And we need to check its directions and stuff. So we're taking in wire. Taking in wire. And steel pipe. Right, so steel pipe is like over there. Underneath the floor. And wire is going to be coming in from somewhere over there. I wonder, should I start with the wire first though? And build our way up? That's probably is wiser. So I think we'll have to go back down, and then we have to decide what all our copper is going to be made into. Yeah. Alright, so there it is. 480 per minute can go right there. Need a portable miner. 480 per minute. How many smelters do I need? I need just one section of these then. One. Okay, cool. So that's not too much space. All right. Yeah, we got business. We got work to do now. We can send that upstairs. Oh yeah. I'll have to see if we have room upstairs. But okay, we're gonna start working on. Does that not go anywhere? Get rid of that then. Cool. All right. Yeah, so we just need to modify a few of these blueprints. I need to just grab wire and then or cable, and then we're good to go. Hey DJ, and then I'll catch people up again. So basically, just all that preamble here at the beginning was to work out what we're going to need. What we're going to need is new blueprints to gather all the copper, right? Because I haven't got any of that yet. And then, yeah. So basically, copper ore into smelters, just like one of these groups. Instead of having to make 6, we only need one. One of those goes upstairs. We're then going to split it into making cable and wire. Not sure, and copper sheets. Haven't worked out exactly what's going to go into what, but I know that I need 400 wire at least. Maybe a little more, just to always have some for building. But 400 then is going to go upstairs into the assemblers to make stators. Right, so we've got it. And we already have the steel pipes, so got it. We know what we're going to be doing. Hello, Sil. Excuse me, sorry. Hey, Krishna. And thank you. Thanks for all the kind words. Appreciate it a lot. And for all the support on these streams overall. It's just been kind of insane. Now that YouTube usually delays its analytics a day or two, so now that it's been a few days and I can just see it, it's like big, massive spike. It's actually kind of come back down to exactly where it was before now, but still, I appreciate the spike. Okay, so Cably, cable here. Right, so the first thing I'm going to be needing to make is the smelters, right, that we made before. So this is the smelters stacked. We're just going to use the exact same one. One of them's called A. Don't know why. I need to be able to make 2. Alright, we've got everything we need for it. All that matters. We're going to go modify them and then switch their recipe to be copper. Just change their paint. It'll be nice and quick. Layout's the same. This poor bastard. Sorry for the language. So that's the standard recipe. Okay, good. It's not the one that says A. Does it matter if we go out the... Yeah, just before I run up. Need to just make sure on spacing. So if we do list it from here to here, or roughly that length, and we go upstairs, is it okay to feed out this side? And that's interesting that we could have a little road that goes through here if we wanted to. I usually do put in truck stations and things. Don't sleep on trucks. People are too obsessed with trains. Trucks are just as good in many ways. Especially early on. Yeah, there's your problem. We got factory in the way. But over on the other side we don't. So that's good to know. We can maybe bring up the stuff into this area roughly. We'll just drill a hole through here. And then we know... Cool. So, unlike these ones, the smelters that we do here are going to go out to the right, not to the left. That's the difference. Alright. Good thing we checked it, because I would have had to just reverse everything. We'll feed them... No, feed them in from the left. Put them out to the right. Is the map the same in 1.0? It's the same map overall. I mean, they moved around some of the deposits, so they're in different places, and there's a few changes to it, but I'd say it's 95% the same. Pretty much. Alright, so first point of protocol is to reverse the direction of all of these. And they can do Mark IV now as well. Codescape with the super chat as well. Thank you very much. And he says, love the art and aesthetics you bring to every vid. The time and effort really show. Keep up the amazing work. Oh, thank you. I feel like in streams I don't do that. But thanks though. I never really realized it, but these look really cool when they're painted yellow because of the construction tape that goes along here. Actually makes it look kind of nice. Anyway, thanks very much, Codescape. Almost said Snape. Right, so we're heading off this direction now. Up to the right. I guess we just get rid of these belts and just rehook up everything and then paint it. Although if we make these motors and we have any time left over, I'm here for 4 hours, you know, 3.5 now. We'll do as much cosmetics as we can. I'd like this factory to look good. It has all the framework to look good. It just needs a little bit of lighting and some texture work on the grounds. You know, you need to put down the right materials, some fencing, things like that. Just all the little cosmetic bits. But otherwise, it can look really good based on the organization we've gone for already. So it could look really good. All right. Now, feeding in. Yeah, that's correct. Feeding in from the right. So yeah, unfortunately we have to reverse both. It's still quicker than building all of them ourselves. Still saves time. Alright, that's the bottom row done, and we'll just switch these to, say, copper. Copy that, and just apply them to the other ones. Do the painting last. After playing Shapes Z2, I want the ability to mirror a blueprint when building it. That would be kind of cool, actually, yeah. There's a load of little things like that. That's actually quite hard to do, I think. But it would be cool. And it is doable, I guess. In case anyone ever wonders why I do this, it's just the easiest way to rotate these is to just place them on top and then delete and then place them underneath. Because that way they just snap to themselves. Rather than trying to delete them and then look at the ground to try to line them up and everything. It's just a bit quicker, I find. Alright, so they're set. So these have to go to the right. Bonk, bonk, bonk. I think the problem with mirroring is that a lot of the buildings that are not symmetrical. That's what I was just realizing when I looked at this. I was like, it would work fine for these and constructors, I guess, too, but it wouldn't really be easily doable for buildings that don't have a central input. What would be the ones that are like that? The refinery. That'd be a hard one, right? Because you've got liquids on one side and materials on the other. You can't just reverse it. Reversing the direction of all the belts could be cool, but how then you have to say that, well, not the ones that are obviously connected to the building. That's okay. That could happen. Anyway, I don't know why I'm thinking about this. I don't work for them. Alright. Is that it? Oh yeah. Set that one and set this one. Alright, cool. So we're all hooked up. We just need to paint them very quickly. So we're doing a kind of a copper. We could do actual copper if we really wanted to. I'm gonna say no. Just because one part of the factory looking all metallic would be strange to me. Do copper and then copper teal. And that's matte. We'll do shiny. It's just as good. Basically everything except for the belts. And then we do the belts in the reverse color afterwards. Foundries are stupid. Why are foundries stupid? Because of their layout. Oh, the output is on one side, isn't it? Foundries are stupid. You said you want to input from the left. I am inputting from the left. And outputting to the right. Yep, it's all good, don't worry. I think. Yo, Electrics Fusion. Hello, Uncle Zlevo. Alright, just the last bit of painting. Kind of a nice way of doing it, actually. Just doing it in a line. Okay, cool. Just like that. We now have the same blueprint, but doing copper and in a different direction to suit this factory. So we'll just say copper. Stacks of 4 smelters set to copper ingots with logistics attached. Color, copper. By the way, these blueprints, all the blueprints I have now in this, I mean, they're all online anyway, but people kept asking, so I put them in a different folder, in one folder. So anyone that wants to get all of these that I have in this stream playthrough, it's all available now at whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory. When you go there, it'll say like the Update 7 series, the Update 8 series, and now the Stream 1.0 series. So you can just click into Stream 1.0, click Blueprints, and they're all there. And it'll tell you how to use them as well, like how to put them in the game. I saw another Satisfactory video that you've got some sort of kick-ass power tower design. Don't think so. Well, it depends. I do have a power tower design. Quite flattering if you think it's kick-ass. It's just like that. As a blueprint. It was built to snap onto the roads that I built. So you just have a road and then you snap this onto the side. But then it has an under part to it. So let's say we built it up here, right? Then you grab it. Whoops, sorry. That's our power tower. You'd snap it onto a road. But then we have the power tower top. We just pop that there. Then we have the power tower middle. You just bring that down. And then you go with the power tower bottom. And if it's not really high enough, then you just get rid of that bit. And you go with the power tower short. And then the power tower bottom. And that would be it. And for some reason, I've managed to turn on all of the outlines. Don't know how I did that, or why that's not going away. There we go. Alright, cool. Good to know how I did that, because people want to see that stuff, actually. But there you go, that's the idea behind it. So that's my power tower design or whatever. And you put them along the road, and that way, like, your towers run to the road. But now that Mark 5 and then 6 blueprints are available, or sorry, size 5 and size 6, you know, the towers could definitely go, like, in the middle of the road. I know people have done that before, but now that the space is really there for that, I feel like that would probably be better. I used to just stick them on the side because I couldn't fit that much in one blueprint, so I was like, okay, I'll make a road blueprint, then I'll make another one that goes on the side, rather than make 2 road blueprints and then something down the middle. It just felt like more work. But yeah, that's the, if that's what you meant, then yep. I also, the reason I got kind of confused when you said it was because I built a sort of power tower when I made a coal power plant. I made it as a tower, so that's why I was kind of thinking that you might be thinking of that. Thanks, Octavius. Cool name, by the way. That's happening to me with the dismantle highlighting. Weird. Yeah, I've never noticed that one before. Good to know, code. You guys still have issues with pipes, pumps, and floor holes? Yeah, I did, but it's an easy fix. You just remove the segment between the pump and the floor hole, and then put it back down. You don't have to move the pump, you don't have to move the floor hole, ever. Just always remove the segment either before or after the floor hole. And then just put it down again. It'll snap back in, and it works. The same as it was in Update 8, just hasn't been fixed. Found out yesterday that you can't load blueprints created in the 5 or in the 6. Yeah, they said that in the video about them. They said due to some limitation, it's just like, you're not allowed. I don't know why. It doesn't make much sense. I mean, look, I didn't code it, I guess. But it seems like you could at least always do Mark 1 into 2 and Mark 2 into 3. I think that's one of the weirdest choices in this update, is having 3 different designers. Just, if you can't make them fit different designers, just make one bigger designer then. I say just as if it's like, just flick a button and do it. I mean, like, that's just how you should have designed it now, I feel like. If you realize people want bigger blueprints, then okay, build the Mark 3 designer as the default. That's just the default. I don't find it a good progression to say we're going to get a bigger blueprint designer later. To me, that's not really... I don't really like that, personally. And then the fact that it comes with that caveat of, well, now you can't load the old ones in this one. It's like, that's not really... That's not good, you know? That's like an inelegant problem that you've created. So I would have, if I was them, and I'm sure maybe they workshopped and they just couldn't get it done in time, or they just figured it's too difficult. But like, I would have been like, look, we're going with 6x6. That's the new size. Honestly, I would have kept it 5x5 actually, but we're going with 6x6. And you can load all of your old blueprints in this one. We'll make it retroactive. Maybe it just always loads in the 4x4 corner of it, you know? So it's off-centered or whatever, but that's just, the old ones are just going to load like that. I'd be like, yeah, that's fine. That's what I would have done, but you know, way easier said than done, I am sure. Otherwise, I'm sure they would have done it, because it just seems too obvious. I don't know. Anyway, here we are. Hopper. Right, let's find out where this is gonna go. It's gonna be facing like that. That's gonna come out this way and go upstairs somewhere. It doesn't have to go up right there, but just somewhere along here. Scooper I need 3 degrees starboard. In case if I black out, you take the wheel. Cooper, we are... Nope, not yet. Gonna have to go all the way forward, I think. Lined up. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're right in the edge. Bastards. So I can just push this out further. What's the big deal, huh? There is no big deal. Up there. Because we're putting down 4 next to it. Alright, so that would be all the way to the edge. We'll have walkways to go up and over that. That's okay. So then it's 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3. So we can cut this off here if we need to. Great. We are lined up. Totally agree. Just got the Mark II. So now I need to do a big construct if I need. Yeah, because the thing is, what everyone's probably going to do, I would imagine, as soon as you get the next tier of blueprints, you're going to just load your blueprint, put it in the new machine, and then save it as a bigger version so that you don't have to swap between them, right? Otherwise, it's so annoying. Yeah, exactly. You can just paste the first version into the second, save it out, and then now you have 2 versions of it. But it's so very weird. Messy. I think they know it. Messy, though. Bonk. Alright. That's... Realize one problem of it. Although we do have space here. Just about. Oh, we do. Good. This can be removed. That's fine. Although the grass is starting to clip through it. Damn. Basically, we need to feed it in from here, right? And upstairs. And I haven't left... There's not much room here. I could maybe move over one more on that side. Either one side has to do it and the other side has to bring stuff out, so... But if I reverse these again... Like that person actually kind of said, although it is facing the way I did intend. Reverse it again, then we could just feed it in here and then bring this out and send that upstairs. So maybe we'll just have to do that. Might have to reverse these one more time. Because it just doesn't look like we got the space for it. Go further out that way. But not by much. Grass is coming through. I have to leave it. All right. It's kind of annoying, but I'm gonna have to just reverse that one more time, just on one side, and then we're lined up. There's a Mark III blueprint tier 9. It's huge. 6x6. Yeah, we just mentioned that. Blueprint folder is at this location. Is there in there? There should be a folder with your save name. You can paste the blueprints in. Yeah, so I have a description on how to do it. If you go to my website, it tells you how to do it. Might be a dumb question, but how do I upload one of your blueprints from... Yeah, so for those wondering, it's not a dumb question, because if you haven't done it before, why would you know? But I've taken care of you. If you go to whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory, it just takes you to Google Drive, no ads or anything. And it'll bring you to here. Right, this is where it'll bring you. Okay? So you'll see this. You go, yeah, update 1.0, whatever ones you want. Blueprints, Pandora, and then, oh, actually, I'm gonna look a fool. I only have it in the update 8 section, blueprint file. So at the bottom it says instructions. I'll copy this over just so that everyone has that in there as well. Let's copy these two. God, take forever much? There we go, thanks. Rename that. Right, anyway, with this thing in here now, so once you just go into 1.0 or whatever one you do end up going into, the instructions file then is just like a list of how to get it working. So to download and use your blueprints in your game, download and save my blueprint folder to your desktop. So I've listed the blueprints per episode title. At least I did in the other folder. Some blueprints may get removed in the future and allows you to watch an episode and just grab the ones you like. So that is true of this too. Find your save game folder for Satisfactory. It's located in app data, local. So I tell you how to get there, how to do that. On Linux, you can have a little bit different, but it still works. And so on and so forth. So it's all there for you. Hopefully you'll be able to figure that out. Ah, that's a good point. Yeah, I think it says that, but if there is no folder, you have to save at least one blueprint, and then you'll be able to see where yours go a bit more clearly. So that's a good point. Always just save your own blueprint first. Just anything, it doesn't matter. It just creates the directory if it's not there already. Right, so I'm reversing these ones. Alrighty. Sorry about all this, I know it's a bit tedious. Okay, I'll just paint those again real quick. Ooh, just got a nice breeze coming in from outside. It's really warm in here. 26 degrees in my little room. Just the PC heating up everything. How's the build going? It's going good. We're just putting down the copper smelters. Get a little bit of wire to mix with our steel pipe to make stators. That's where we're at. Almost ready to do that now. I just made a quick mistake. The belts were facing the wrong way for the layout that we have. So I'll just paint this again. This way. That way. Alright, we'll just save that. Clear the designer, I'll just pick that stuff back up and then we'll head back over. Tedious, he says, as he belts machines fast as lightning. Hey Darren, good to see you. Hey AC. I was just getting ready to open the game myself. Nice. Nice playing together. Alright, so just copy that one, put the next one down next to it before we delete that one. That way we have that one as an anchor in the same place. I think is where we want it. Alright, 16 smelters, just like that. Noam Benheim. 10 super chat. He says, fantastic to see you continuing this run on stream. Keep it going, Darren. Will do. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Appreciate the support a lot. Really, really helps. Alright, so just connect these up together. And we'll do their colors later. Just want to make sure that the cables are covered. Man, we need lights in here. Good thing we got that jetpack though now. Alrighty, so that's all hooked up. Well, it's not fully hooked up to power, but they should be good to go. So I'll just have to get myself a second portable miner. Put this down now. It doesn't really matter where we come in, but ultimately we need to feed over there. So to do that, we need to split. And actually, if I split somewhere here, it'd probably be better. Actually, Mark 3 would have been good enough, thinking about it. It's just the initial belt that goes in that needs to be marked for splitting already. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Just let it divide slowly. Alright, so this will be Mark 4. So I would imagine the way we'll do this is something like that, and then here can be the door. Probably walk over it. Alright, good. I'll just be staircase or something. We'll figure that out later, but just for now. The 2 there? Nope. Alright, so that's our Mark 4 belt going in, splitting, and then going up. I've kept them at Mark 4 for now. This is locked to Mark 3. I've done that on purpose. Alright. That'll be all of our copper ingots. So that's 480 copper ingots per minute. That's going to go upstairs, and then we have to decide how that gets divided up. It'd be nice if we could just go straight through here, but let's see what's above us. No go on that. Ugh. Alright, let's hop up there and see what we can do. Just got destroyed on Steward difficulty in Frostpunk 2 second mission. Now I need some relaxation. I haven't barely played. I've only done what I've played on YouTube so far. Which, by the way, check it out if you haven't already seen it. On What Darren Plays City Builders, my other channel, I guess, at the moment. Which is where I'm doing Frostpunk. Been a bit disappointed in the views, but I guess it's to be expected. I can't monetize the video, so YouTube also doesn't recommend videos when they're not monetized. Because they don't make no money off of them. And neither do I guess. But either way, I still just love the game, so I'm just going to be playing it anyway. But yeah, I've only just gotten into the beginnings of Chapter 1, really. I need to record a bunch tomorrow and then maybe bank up 2 or 3 episodes. I like to kind of get feedback, but viewership is so low. There's only like 10 comments on the video, so it's like, I guess I can't really get any feedback. I'll just plow on ahead then. Why can't you monetize it? It's a new channel. The second channel's new, so it's not. You need to have 4,000 watch hours, a certain amount of subscribers. So just need more eyes on it before you can do that. I actually have a partner manager, and we discussed it beforehand. They don't really do anything. No offense to them. They're great. But I did ask them before doing this. I was like, do you think this is a bad idea? Should I do this? And they were like, no, I think it's a good idea. Loads of channels are doing this lately, or some do. And it's like, if you split your audience, it's better just to maybe send them to 2 different places if you feel like you want to make 2 different types of content. It's like, okay. Which was the case, right? I put up a Satisfactory video. Loads of people were asking, where's Anna? I put up an Anna video. Loads of people ask, where's Satisfactory? There's definitely a group, 2 groups that don't watch both. Some people do watch both, but not all. Every time you put up a video that some people don't watch, it kind of has a little negative on it in terms of YouTube's algorithm. I don't have a problem with YouTube's algorithm. I think it's great. But there is it does just tries to give you the same thing that you really enjoy. And if you get served a video and you don't watch it because maybe you're not that interested, it has a little knock-on effect. The more people do that, then it's a big knock-on effect, and then the video doesn't get recommended, and then you're just turning off your own subscribers, and you're left with a channel with 140,000 subscribers where only about 10,000 people watch anything. And that's happened to me twice now. So I'm like, okay, let's try to separate this out into its own channel. But that just means starting from scratch. Even with a YouTube partner manager, I was like, can we not just fast track this? It's linked to the same email. It's all the same account. And they're like, no, didn't really work that way. And I understand why, because you could get people making dummy channels just to farm views, and so I get it. But it's a bit annoying because I do have to wait. Oh well, anyway. So I need to keep watching. Yeah, no worries, no pressure. Only watch things there if you want to, right? I wouldn't want to fake it with people just trying to help. But if you're interested in Frostpunk, I will say that so far my playthrough seems to have helped a lot of people, just because on the second episode, a lot of people do know this, but you get like shelter bonuses, right, from building in certain places. But I got a lot of feedback in my Discord and a little bit in the comments saying like, oh, I was building like the shelter bonuses completely wrong. I didn't realize that you could stack them this way and like eliminate heat completely, or the demand for heat. So yeah, I was like, oh yeah, actually, I guess I did do well so far in this one episode. But anyway, right, anyway, not enough distraction there. The only reason, by the way, just one last thing, I feel a little bit bad about the views isn't for me. This channel's been doing great, everything's great, so it's awesome to have another channel. I'll build it up over time. I've just no problem there. But I feel a bit bad because 11-Bit Studios, for that game, they flew me out to Poland, showed me the game there and stuff. And they know I'm a really big fan of it. And then they sent me like a little influencer kit. Now, I've been offered these before. I work on Manor Lords now, and I was offered an influencer kit for that before I worked on them. And I was like, I just don't like getting things. Not my style. But I'm really big fan of Frostbite, and so I was like, okay. And they don't tell you what's in it. They're just like, we're gonna send something your way. I'm like, okay, fine. And I think it's awesome what they sent. So it's just, I showed it on my Twitter if you want to check it out. By the way, I've got an actual code I need to give away for the game as well. I'm not going to do it today, but I will give one away soon. Anyways, one thing I feel bad is, it's like, yeah, they kind of, you know, butter you up or whatever, and they know I'm a fan, so they're happy to send stuff my way. But I feel like I owe them a little bit, like, oh, you know, hopefully you get, like, good views out of me. I would have covered it anyway, so there's nothing wrong there, but I feel a bit bad that I've put it on a channel where now it only has, like, 2,000 views. It's like, oh, you know, they're not getting that investment back, basically. So I just feel a little bit bad from that perspective. And maybe they don't think of it that way, but I would think of it that way. If I was working in PR, I'd be like, okay, we just sent someone, you know, a little kit that maybe cost a couple hundred. So, you know, as long as a few people buy the game that watches video that wouldn't have otherwise watched it, then it's good. But I can't even guarantee that at the moment. Anyway. No ginormous copper in Criterion this time around. No, not indeed. Just big iron. Well, not that big iron, but big enough. Right, so that hole in the ground, which I just paved over for no reason, was where this is going to be coming up. So, good job, Darren. Got distracted and just did things in the background and then forgot what I even did that for. So I have to come back down here and just see what was above me. Just there and there. Right. Try that again. Sorry, I got distracted. Anyway, why the double floor? So that I can paint the top floor different than the bottom, so that this could stay. Like, for instance, what I'll be doing with cosmetics, I'll be making this like steel. It'll be like a steel roof, and then upstairs it'll be like coated concrete. And this way, they can be different. This is two foundations. If it was the one, you'd see the coated concrete as the roof, whereas this way I can do something else with it. Now, if there's concrete on top of concrete, that doesn't make any sense, but it's just temporary while I got other materials together. Alright, so good news is we could bring the copper up here, because this is kind of a temporary bit, so that's probably what I'll do. This is being used, so I can't do that here. Get rid of this for now. And that's where copper will come up. So that's copper ingots, so that can feed into this area and then be made into different things. So I need at least 400 wire. So now we're going to do the recipe next for what we're going to use with this stuff. So 480 ingots is what we have. So we need wire, cable, and copper sheets. It's our first copper factory, technically, because we removed our original one. So let me write it down. So that's going to be taking in 15. Could be 2,000 buys. It most likely isn't. Plus, you also have to factor the fact that I obviously isn't, and I'm sure you know. But it's like if I didn't put a Frostpunk video out into the world, I'm sure the people that were probably looking up that video anyway found out about the game. They didn't need me. Influencers have a sort of self-entitlement, or they think they're bigger than they are a lot of the time. They're like, oh, you know, 10,000 people watched my video and loads of comments say that they bought it. But it's like, if you didn't exist, those same people probably would have found someone else's video and found the game. You know, you have to be quite big to be showing something to your audience that they wouldn't have otherwise known about. As an example. So 15 is what the input is for wire, and you get 2 times out. What is it for cable? Cable is... Oh, I'm an idiot. 60 wire. I for some reason just thought it was ingots. God. 60 wire. Nice. Okay, so we'll obviously need a lot more wire then. And then for copper sheets, we do need raw ingots, right? Yeah. Right, that takes 20. Now, the copper sheets I don't need to go into any chain. It's more just a buildable that I'd like to have. So a very small amount. So I think for the most part... Although that being said, it does go into things, doesn't it? What do we use it for right now? Circuits, oh yeah. And AI limiters. But I'm tempted just to make everything wire. If I can. And have a very small bit just for a bit of buildable copper sheet. That would simplify logistics here a lot. And allow me to export wire to go somewhere else. Okay, so let's do that. So it's going to be 480. Divided by 15 would be 32 machines. Okay. But if we did it where it was 60, 50, 450. We send 450 in, we're left with 30. Okay. So 30 constructors. 30 times 30 would be making 900 wire. Then what we can do is use the 30 leftover ingots to make 1.5 copper sheets. Make 10. Bit low. 15 copper sheets per minute. Is that enough for my pipe building stuff? Probably not. Hey, Will. We're just working out what we're gonna need. Okay, I'm just gonna go lower than that then. Sorry about this, but this is how I figure it out. People often ask. Alright, so instead of 30 constructors making 900 wire, I need 400. That's a guarantee. I need a little bit more than that then as well if I want to start making cable. Just figure that out. Cable needs 60 per minute. Okay. So 500 divided by 60, 8.33. 60 times 8, 480. Okay. 15. $50 ingots is what I would have left over. I'm sorry about this. I know this probably doesn't make any sense, but 50, because I'm holding info in my head because I don't have the bandwidth to speak about it while I'm thinking about it. Yeah. All right. So 50 divided by. So stupid. I literally just forgot the number I was looking at. It's 20, isn't it? Yep. 50 divided by 20 will be 2.5. So we'd make 25 per minute. That's a bit better. Maybe 25 per minute would be enough then, because that's basically what goes into a depot, dimensional depot. All right, so here's how we're gonna do it. Although it doesn't really leave me with any wire left over, not really. Thinking all things being equal, we'd leave ourselves over with some wire. I could do that. Yeah, okay, that's fine actually. All right, here's what we do. We have 480 copper ingots, okay? What we're going to do is divide it up so that we make 30 constructors making wire. So 30 constructors making wire, they take in 15. So 30 times 15, that'll be 450. Sorry, we need 28, I think. Yeah. 28 times 15, right? So 28 constructors, they'll use 420 of our ingots, leaving us with 60 ingots, which we put to the side for now. Anyway, so that then makes 30 wire. That can't be right. Oh yeah. So we make 840 wire. We separate 400 of that out to go into our stators, and then the other 440 we use to make cable. I might leave over some just to make a little bit of wire on its own, just keep it on its own, and the rest will go into making cable. Now, the leftover 60 ingots that we had can go into making copper sheets. It can go into 3 copper sheet machines because they take 20 each, and each of them will do 10, so we'll make 30. So there we go. So hopefully that all makes sense. That's what we're going to do with copper. Currently making 5 motors per minute, needs 6,000. Gonna be a while. Gonna be 1,200 minutes. That is a while. What is that, like 12 hours, 10 hours or something? I don't know. 6 hours. Heath, hey, good to see you again, man. It's days like today, and thanks for the super chat that make me wish I didn't have a full-time job. Been rewatching these streams in the background as I do my playthrough. Are you working on a Sunday? Keep up the good work. Appreciate that, Heath. Thank you very much. Thanks, Wooter. All right, so we know what we're making now. So I'm just going to write that down on this paper because otherwise I'll keep forgetting. So, 480 ingots. We leave 60 of them. for copper sheets. And there's 3 machines. I do need that camera that shows my notepad. That'd be kind of fun. Alright, the other for 20 goes into, what was it, 28 constructors, which is a great number because it'll work with blueprints really well. 28 constructors. Alright, that's all we need to know for now, because that's what we're doing next. Let's go make some blueprints, and then we can assign where these go. So we need stacked constructors making wire, pretty much primarily. Ooh, we've got it where they make 12. They're stacked. Can't really see that, but they're stacked 4, 8, 12. We need 28. 8, 16, 24 with 4 left over. Are we limited by what comes out? Because double comes out, doesn't it? 15 goes in, 30 comes out. Oh no, that's fine though. Just trying to make sure that the belt speeds will be okay. They will be. Not like screws, where it gets crazy. Okay. I don't know if I'll just use that blueprint. I'll probably just modify one of the other ones that we have right now, just to keep the same style as these. I don't think we'll go up 3 layers. I don't think we can, because I put this roof here. We'll just do multiple rows here instead. I think that makes more sense. So this was the iron one. Yeah, okay, we'll just use that. As long as I just have enough for one, we can start designing it. So this one. Got enough for it? Alright, let's do it. I would love a notepad cam. Yeah. That would be fun. I'd have to have multiple cameras. I'm not doing any of that stuff. I can barely get this one working right. Alright, oh, the very last thing is just the direction of the inputs. So we know that things is coming up from the... Yeah, okay, I want to keep the same direction of these. Some of these trees will obviously be removed then, so... That'll be moved. We have copper coming up from here, 480 per minute, rolling in on one belt. It'll probably divide up into the rows of constructors. If we wanted to align it with this, we could actually, so we could even send it in here. I might just paint this for a second, so... Yeah, we could do that, I think. So 1, 2... Is there gaps between these? I think I normally did leave a gap. Yeah, I did. Alright, so with gaps then, we won't use that, we'll start there. Alright, 1, 2, 3. That's the constructors. And then they go across 4. That's one row of constructors. And we need 28. That'd be 4. Well, that'd be 8, technically. We need 14. Alright, so that's 4. Eight, 9, 10, 11. I feel like I'm doing something wrong with this. 8, 16. Okay, yeah, we could just move one in front then. Okay, never mind. We're just manifolding it anyway, so it'll get it all eventually. So these don't need a gap between them. They're going to work like screws. 3. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. So this has to come to there. Alright, that'll be our layout. That'll fit them all. Sorry, things were zoomed in. I forgot. My bad. I was showing calculations and I forgot to zoom out. I'm surprised nobody said it sooner, actually. Maybe someone did and I missed it. It's a uni, I have to leave halfway and catch up since I have to wake up really early. It's making me annoyed since I don't want to leave. Oh, that might be what they meant by having to get up for work tomorrow, was it? And Steve Kruger. Howdy, long-time lurker and viewer. Just want to say awesome work in making your vids and streams. Got me into the game, and thank you for doing what you do. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate that. Sorry if I miss over some chat sometimes. Is your camera brim the Satisfactory orange? You know it. we feed out to the right? We definitely feed in from the left, so either way, I gotta reverse these. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I feel like this is the majority of the building we'll be doing today. Is just reversing belts. It's gotta be done. I don't make the rules. Alright, get rid of those. Oh, that was my TV? My bad, sorry. Yeah, I always forget. I think it's nice that it zooms in because people do say it's tough to see the numbers in the little calculator, so I do get that. But man, I need to be better at remembering just to cancel out of it. Every time I get out of that calculator, just remember, zoom out. So that being said, like, you're not missing that much when I am zoomed in. It's not like it's unwatchable. I'm still doing the same thing, basically. You just can't see the UI, I guess. Not to put it on you, I'm definitely making the mistake, but it's not that bad. Will I use Mark 3? I think 3 is probably better. Alright, that's that fed. These will need to be set to fire. Copy. They're going out to the right. I feel like they need to go out to the left, but let me just figure that out in my head. Some of them are going to go to make cable. Some are going to go upstairs. Cable could be made on this floor. I'd like to keep all the constructors on the same floor, if possible. We do have a nice gap here, because we're going to have... So, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. So technically we would actually have to come all the way out to here. May, thank you very much for becoming a channel member. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Question on your reinforced iron plates area. What is the reason you underclocked the machines to 95%? So the screws are clocked to 96. Steel pipe is clocked to 96. These are clocked to 95.8. Well, let's figure out why. So, based on one of the belts coming in, these machines take screws, or, yeah, screws. 480 screws per minute. Divided by, I think they take 100 each. By default. No? 60 each. That'll be 8 machines even. The other number is the iron plates. We made 320 iron plates. They take in 30 iron plates normally, which is a weird number. 10.66666 something. You'd need 11 machines, right? Because I have one iron plate belt coming in here, doing this one here. It's in the middle, right? Yeah, it's that one. And it's actually 480. I don't know. I'm having a hard time remembering. I would have explained it on the stream. There's a reason for it. It's usually to do with the belt speed. To make it so the belt speed works out. But I couldn't tell you now that it's in place. But as you can see, we've done it for a few machines downstairs as well. I was trying to find it in the stream, but didn't find it. Alright, let's figure it out. I'd like to know as well. 4.79, 95 points. Because looking at the numbers that we have, it does seem weird that... Why would it be underclocked then? Let me just go downstairs really quickly. This is our iron plates that go upstairs. And I did make sure that the belt was 480 per minute. No! It's supposed to be 460. Yeah, it's a 460 belt. Can't remember why. Why is that? I don't know. Why can't I stand on this? I don't know either. 460 per minute. The question from in my head now is like, why was it 460 per minute? I make more iron plates, so why did I say it has to be 460? I don't do anything with the other ones. So that makes me think that my limiting factor is actually the screws. The screws are 480 each, there and there. All right, 480 times 2, 960. 960 divided by 60, 16. Even 16. How many machines did I end up going with? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there is 16. 460 iron divided by 16. 28.75. So, I think this is what happened. We had 960 screws, right? 2 belts of 460. Sorry, 2 belts of 480. I then said, what are we consuming as an assembler to use everything on that belt? Right, it's using 60 per minute. So that'd be 16 machines. So I was like, great, we'll do 16 machines. How much iron would we need then? 16 times 30. 480. This doesn't make any sense. Why is this the case? And yeah, I send my overflow screws into the other area. I don't know. There must be a reason. It must be on the stream somewhere where I said, when we were designing the blueprint, I probably said it. Because I would have clocked it and clocked it to that speed. It's extra work to do that. There was some reason. But now it doesn't really seem to make any sense. I'm glad I did. Oh. I think I do know why. I think it's based on the rotors. Based on the rotors, I think. So, when I was designing out the rotors, I said that if we made 10 machines doing rotors, let's have a look at how much they consume. 100 per minute. Yeah? Oh yeah, this is it. I got this. This is it. Finally figured it out. Right, so, the rotors consume 100 per minute. I wanted to put down 10 machines. There's a couple reasons for that. I think it was also to do with the rods. Let's have a look at how many rods they consume. It would actually only be 200, so it's not to do with the rods. Why did I say 10 though? Don't know. I might have just pulled that number out of my ass. But I said we're gonna do 10 rotors. Oh. Nope. Must have pulled it out of my ass. 10 rotors is 40, like, machines is 40 per minute. I hadn't decided that I was gonna do 40 stators per minute. I could do 80 stators per minute. So for some reason I must have said 40 per minute's a good number. Let's go with that. 40 is almost the max of what I could do as well, because the belts feeding screws, that's 500 screws per minute. So I only have a belt for 480 screws per minute. I could have underclocked all these machines, but for some reason I decided no, we're going to keep it at 500 or 500 screws coming in, keep all the machines at 100%. That's going to be 40 rotors per minute, right? So doing that downstairs, you know, we pump in 480 ingots per minute, and we get 1,920 screws out per minute with our recipe, right? So that's 4 belts of 480 screws per minute. So if we have 1,000, I'm gonna remember to zoom out. We've got 1,920 screws. That's what we make downstairs, and I decided that we're gonna make 40 rotors per minute. That requires 1,000 screws. So I'm left with 920. I'm left with 920 screws. I know I'm zoomed in. Being left with 920 screws, I then must have looked at what these machines would require. Right? So normally they'd require 60. They're obviously underclocked right now. Standard recipe is 60. So I think what I probably would have done is gone 920 divided by 60 would be 15.333. So 16 machines. That's why we have 16. But they're not all clocked to 100. So I was like, okay, 15.33 machines. How do we get the number to apply to everything rather than just underclocking one machine? Because you could have 15 at 100% and then one of them at 33.333. I decided, no, I want to keep it even across the board, just because I like that. So yeah, it was 15.33 machines. How did we get that number then? Is it times 60 or something? That'll be just 920. I always forget this. Every stream I feel like I forget how I get that number then. That's how many machines we need. Oh yeah, I got it. So that's how many machines that we can use. They'd normally put out 5. So times 5. It'd be 76.666 recurring. That's how many reinforced iron plates we can make. So if we put that number in here, and then we divide it by the amount of machines that we're going to have, which is 16, we get 4.791667. And if you put that number into the input, the target output I should say, 4.791, etc., it gives you the percentage, then you copy it and clock it to all of them. So that's how we got that number. So there we go. Man, why is it does all that? I guess because I decided 40 rotors per minute would be nice. Because ultimately I was trying to make motors. So I wanted this, you know, a nice clean number of rotors going into motors. Didn't have to do it that way, but I guess that's how I did it. Anyways, that was a good one to get sidetracked on because I wanted to figure that out myself. Why won't my drone port change destination? If it doesn't update, I won't be able to help you. Other people might though. I haven't got the drones in this update yet. Manifold or load balancer? Manifolds are better. Manifolds are easier to build. I've always argued that the time it takes for you... So the big drawback with a manifold is it takes time to fill up. It doesn't take that long. Even a really long manifold doesn't take that long. Especially if you do what I did in this factory, which was turn it on as you build it. And then everything's just getting slowly ramping up as you build it. It tends to work out. Unless you change something along the way and then it kind of messes things. But that's the drawback, right? It's like, oh, a manifold takes a long time to fill up the last machines. I would argue, in most cases, building a load balancer for something like 100 machines, you know, when you get to big size factories, not only does it take up a lot of space, but it takes up a lot of your time designing it. And it is nice to turn on. I like load balancing. But you could probably... It's probably the equal amount of time that it would just take the manifold to kind of get up to 100%. So I would just go with manifolds. But, we did a little bit of load balancing in this so far. But this factory is entirely load balance... Or, entirely manifold now. Right, so we're going to go up there. We're going to go across. I need to decide where the... Man, I'm so slow. I really need to just play the game. Ignore everyone else. This is the footprint that we're going to use for all the wire machines. I need to decide where the wire is going to go. So I have to go upstairs another layer. Some of the wire is going to stay downstairs. That's fine. We can figure out where that goes. But the direction generally, should it be out to the left or out to the right? I think, just because this place is a little busy, probably out to the left. But if it came up this way, like somewhere there, or even underneath here, it could feed in to a section here. Alright, out to the right it is. Out to the right it is. So it gets fed in from the right, and it feeds out to the right. Let's make it. My brain just broke when I tried calculating the percentage per machine. Yeah, I don't know why. Sometimes I have a moment of clarity and I'm just like, oh yeah, it's easy, it's da-da-da-da. And you get it. Like you take the result you're expecting divided by the amount of machines you get, and you get the number that you should be doing. But other times I'm like, how do I get that number? I just don't know why. I always lose it with that one. You like to do smaller factories for parts, or one mega factory? I don't really have a... Probably, I've never tried just doing one central factory. So I guess my answer is smaller factories. But I feel like my smaller factories aren't very small. I make factories that are huge. But not just one. I make lots of big ones. So this one I wouldn't even call big. This is like a small to medium so far. What has it got? Like 150, maybe 200 machines? It's not that big. Once you get towards middle to late game, you're building factories with like 1,000 machines. How many modular frames am I producing? 40. Right. So everything gets fed in from the right. Bonk, bonk. That's already done. Honestly, I should write some formula down for that. Okay, so that's that, and we're feeding out to the right. Yay, it's already done for me. Awesome. Love when that just happens. Make it Mark 3 as well. Okay, so these need to be all assigned to wire. Paste that along to each one of these. We're all set to 100%, so that's totally fine. And I know it's orange, but it's my iron color, so I don't know why iron is orange in this world, but it just is. So I'm gonna make these same as the smelters. Okay, and this color goes down here. That goes there. Comes white. All right. Same with this. I just copy that and paste it onto the other ones. They're all 100%, so they don't really need these. See, the reason I developed these signs in the first place was because I used to do the clocking not for all machines. Instead, I would have it was like 15.333. It's the exact same effect and the same power consumption if you just do 15 machines at 100% and the one on the end or the one at the beginning or anywhere along the chain at 33%. The exact same thing. So what I would used to do is I'd build blueprints and I'd be like, okay, I'll put all these signs in here, but I'll add, I'll change one or two of them, the ones that are underclocked, you know? So often it'd be like 2 machines. But now that I've changed it so that I usually just clock them all the same, kind of redundant having the signs up here, but they still kind of look nice. So it's a legacy thing at this point, I guess. But totally unnecessary. Right, don't need that anymore either. Go. Now, very last thing would be popping in the copper teal color here, doing the belts that way. And the same for upstairs. Make it an oil factory. Should I make the plastic and rubber even or not? So I don't really know the proper answer to that, because it can depend on what you need. But what I would do, generally speaking, is go to the wiki, Satisfactory wiki GG. You don't have it. Oh my god, the answer in game yet. And I would type in something like rubber. And then plastic. Now, it's not a perfect way of doing things. It's just a quick general idea. Scroll down to usage. You'll see what, rubber is used in. Now, if we scroll by produced in or filter by produced in, we can see versus the build gun. We don't really care about that. Don't really care about the equipment workshop. We do care about the machines, because that's where per minute really matters, right? Rather than, oh, I can just build with something if I have a little bit going in the background. So, to have a look at rubber really quickly, it's like, okay, you'll need a decent amount of tier 5, right? Because you want to be making, well, there's some of these are alternate recipes that might do the same thing as you can maybe make these in other ways. But it's like concrete, right? You don't need rubber for concrete, but you could if you want it. Circuit boards and cable and reinforced top plate, these are all alternates actually. So it's like, I'm not seeing much here for rubber really. But when we get to tier 8, cooling system does need it. And then manufacturers. So again, alternates, turbo motors will need it eventually. And modular engines. Now again, if you really want to crunch the numbers, you could obviously look through all these alternates and see well, what's another way of making radio control units? That would just take a very long time. This is more just an example of how you could quickly look at, should I make more of one thing or the other? If you just look at the base recipes and you don't consider the alternates, kind of look at what's used more, What do I feel like I'm going to be using more? By the looks of things, my guess here would be probably plastic, because you'll be building with it. You'll also use AI limiters a lot more in, or sorry, plastic. You'll be, got messed up for a second, but you'll need it for circuit boards, and you'll need computers, right? You'll be building with it to use coated concrete if you like doing that kind of thing. Canisters as well would be one way of doing it. Obviously, you can make canisters in other ways. Supercomputers and computers. Yeah, so because of computers and circuit boards alone, just with the base recipes, I would say you need a little bit more plastic than rubber, but probably good to have an almost even amount of both. But probably like the ratio of like 5 to 3 or something, you know, like every 5 plastic you have 3 rubber, something like that. I don't know, you know, that'd just be where my head would be at if I was looking at answering that question for myself. I'd be like, yeah, based on what I'm seeing there, not factoring in the alternates, not spending too much time really drilling down and wondering about it, probably would go with a little bit more plastic. It's average, bro, I swear. Factory. Is this done then, I think? I didn't paint the downstairs ones. What do you guys think? Is that a reasonable way of thinking about it? That's just how I think about it. I've never really asked anyone else. Hey, there's that guy behind the vids. There's that guy in the comments. I thought you get better power consumption total by underclocking a single one. No, I actually did a test on this. I was quite curious about it, actually, because it's come up in my comments a bit. I won't show the entire test, but we'll just load into it really quickly so I can show you what I was doing. Because I would have thought the same thing. I would have thought if you underclocked one machine, it's better than... like if you've got 10 machines and you underclock one, it's better than having 10 machines that are all clocked, you know, to equal the same amount. But it turns out the power out is the same as your output. So as long as you're matching the output, right? So as long as you're producing 40 per minute, doesn't matter how you're getting there in those machines, whether it be one machine or 5 machines, it seems to always like balance out. Math is weird. I'm not very good at math, but that's what we observed and what people in the comments are saying. That's why I was like, I don't think so. This is like just like a test world I have right now. Not much going on, but all I did was set up this first test, which was, okay, I'm going to feed you guys, like, here I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 machines, right? All at 100%. And here I've got 10 machines, all at 96%. So the output's the same, right? The output's the same. 10 machines, 96%, we get 192. Is it the same? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, because one of these somewhere along the line will be underclocked or something, I think. Can't remember actually how I did this test. Oh no, that's a separate line for something else. My bad. It was just this line that I messed with. So, yeah, 19.2, 96, right? So the way you do it is you'd have the same amount of machines. So forget that other line. It would just be 10 machines here. This is making 192. Or what we could do is bring them all to 100% and bring one down to 80%. And it turns out the megawatts you consume is the same. So it doesn't matter. Changing it now, I don't think it's going to change that number, so we can't really see this test in principle unless I feed all the machines and start it up again. But I just thought it was worth mentioning. I did test it, and comments did say this, so it is true. Unintuitively true. Which is why power isn't exponential. It's like this linear projection on a graph. If it was exponential, that wouldn't be true. Anyways, science. Math, I guess. Chat, can you help? I'm making an oil factory. Should I make the plastic, rubber, or even or not? Wondering, when creating these blueprints, would it be easy to make a left output and a right output? Yeah, it's typically good just to have a version of both. You'd need 4 variants. This blueprint would need 4 variants. Like a basic empty version. Doesn't matter what the recipe is. And we need input going left, output going right. Input going left, output going left. Input going right, output going left. And input going right, output going right. So 4 versions would need to be made. And that would probably solve a lot of the hassle. Sometimes I get a little crazy though, and I do this kind of thing where it's, you know, depending where it's needed, which is I'll bring a lift up to the floor above and do a manifold. And then it's like input on the bottom left, input on the top right. And that's like real messy. But I did do that in my previous factories. But you're right. This is that would probably just be a good idea to do. Just have a base version, and then just save it out as whatever you need it once you get it, instead of going back and forth. Like I'm loading ones where I don't know which direction they're facing. So probably would save myself a lot of time doing that. Not gonna do it now though. Anyways, this is going to be wire. Alright, we're good to go. Hitbox has changed to 1.0, so the blueprints are off by 1 a lot of the time. They are off by 1 when you place the first one down, but when you connect one to it, it seems to snap correctly then. I don't know what that's all about. Radio. Just get our new blueprint then. Stacked constructors. Oh, you know what I just realized? They're... Yeah, I've aimed these the wrong way compared to the other ones. Whatever, man. Like they're facing out this direction. Whereas these ones are going to be facing out that direction. Whatever. Doesn't matter. I mean, it does. It's killing me a little bit inside, but I'm not going to redo it. Time is limited. Is this correct? This is lined up? It doesn't look like it is. Yep. Guess that's just the offset we were just talking about, right? Yep. Alright. See, now it's aligned. And it's still off, but at least they are aligned with each other. Alright, we need to do that again. So this is going to have to be moved further up. It's just temporary anyway. Till we find something to do with these. Fix that in a moment. Yeah, that'll actually have to stay raised so that we can feed a belt under. Okay. Is that correct? Yep. And then we need to put another one down, but then chop half of it off. Or, make it even. Chop that one off and this one off. That way it's even. Yeah, is that better? Probably, I don't know. That's not true though, says Skybosom. At least for overclocking. Just tested. 2 refineries at 100% consume 60 megawatts. But 1 refinery at 200% consumes 75. Maybe it's linear when you underclock. Can you run that experiment as well, if you have time? Try it on the underclocking. So put 2 down to 50%. And see, is it the same as 1 at 100%? I don't think that's true either. I feel bad stealing some iron ingots now. Because it's gonna... Oh, there's 99 in here. Okay, I don't feel so bad. Oh, it's actually getting backed up. Shouldn't be the case. We'll check back on... That happened before, actually. I have to check that later. We've had this debate before. When I say it's... I used to say it's exponential, and everyone was like, it's not exponential. It's a linear line on a curve, but it's just going up. You know, like you can plot it on 2 points on a graph in a linear line. Whereas if it was exponential, it'd be a curve. And I'm like, okay. Now I don't call it exponential. Now when I call it linear, people are like, it's exponential. So it's like, I don't know who to believe. Right, so just something I want to check real quick. Let's pop in just whatever. No power. $1.6 megawatts. Right? And that'll be 1.6 as well, obviously. Pause there. You don't need to actually produce anything. I just wanted to see the power. So obviously, 1.6 plus 1.6 equals 3.2. So that would be less than having one like this, right? Now, that makes 10, that makes 10, and that makes 20. So there's a clear example of what I would initially expect, which is, yes. That having more machines clocked down is better, right? But this is where the person in the comments came at me. So let's see about something else then. The question really became... That's fine. That was understood. But where it became a little bit weirder was that, let's say we have a target output, right? We're doing 2, 4, 6 right now. We're doing 60. Let's say we wanted to do 57. Okay? Let's say we're trying to... Let's say something a bit easier. 55. So... 55 divided by 3 will be 18.333 recurring. Right? So we'll say 18.3333 recurring. I'll clock that and paste it into each one. We have to let the machines run though, otherwise they won't show us their true number. Where did that other stuff go, by the way? Did I just delete some ingots? Oh no, they're still in there. Okay. Just hang on, just bear with me. Get to the chat in a second. Do that. Do that. Right, let's turn them on now. 3.6. 3.6. Right, so 3.6 across the board. Yeah? That's fine. Now. What was I saying? 55, was it? 55 divided by 3 was... Yeah. Let's try to get that 55 number in a different way. Right, so it's 55. So we'll do 100. 100, so that's 40. But then we need 15. This is going to be underclocked further. Still 55 is what we're getting out of the 3 machines. Let's see what the power is now. So before, the power was 3.6 times 3, right? It was 10.8 for those 3 machines. Okay, but now let's see what it is. Once we try to let them cycle up again. They'll have to do one cycle first. 4.4 and 2.7. Alright. Four plus 2.7. 10.7. It's the same. We got 10.8, but it rounds it because it only ever shows. It never shows a second decimal point for these. So that's the same. That's what the person was saying. So the question was, and I'll try it another way in a second. But the question, and I guess you're correct. You're correct in correcting me saying that because I just said, oh, if the output's the same, that's not really what I meant. This is the whole question about should we, you know, the way over here. The question I posed at the time was, is it better to clock all machines to 96? Or should we just have 1 or 2 of them running at 80? Or, you know, one of them running at 60%. Whatever the number would be to get the same output. So is it better to underclock all the machines the same? Or underclock just one as low as it needs to go to make the same amount? And I was like, oh, I don't know. I'm not going to test it, whatever. And people in the comments said it's the same either way. And that was really unintuitive to me. Because you'd think that underclocking would save you back power. But it doesn't. I just showed it, right? As for the conversation about what is and what isn't exponential, this was my understanding of it. I'll show you in a second. This is important, I guess, to finally understand this. I'm not saying I'm right or not. I've been asking the question, but people correct me either way, regardless of what I say. So let's just say, I don't know, 5. I suppose these have to be probably... Can I use Photoshop or something? Let's use Photoshop. Be easier because we have a graph in that. Not interested in what the wiki says. Just bear with me one sec. Oh no, haven't opened up my... my planning document for this in so long, I'm not sure where it even is. Images. I don't know if anyone else uses Photoshop. Does anyone else just lose where they store files? Like, I lose them all the time, and I'm quite organized. Something like this is like a really tough one to find. And it's not in my recents because I haven't used it in so long. I wish recents would just go all the way back forever. Satisfactory Let's Play 2. And then sometimes it's putting things in the cloud and I don't want it to. It's all this nightmare stuff. There's an image folder. Image episode 1? Nope. Okay, I'm not going to be able to find it, so I don't know how to make a grid. So because of that, I'll just do it in Paint. No, it's not. I'm not looking. I'm looking for... I want to build a... Oh, actually, yeah, I suppose a graph in Excel would work. Thinking about it, I was going to say, I want to build a graph. I can't do that in Excel. Okay, Darren. Yeah, let's use Excel. That would make sense. Right, bear with me. That's not what I wanted. I'm not as familiar with Google Sheets. I use Excel normally, but I'll try it here anyway. Polynomial. Right. So, in fact, maybe I'll just use Excel because I don't even know how to build grids in this. Right, so what we can observe, I guess, would be, let's just have a look at this, right? So we'll just do something really simple. We'll start at 25%, turn on the machine. That's 0.6, right? So we'll say 25 is to 0.6. I know it's small, but it's all I've got. 25 to 0.6. We'll do 50. That's 1.6. $75. 2.7. So this is speed and power. 100 is 4. Let's keep going. Do I have power shards? I do. That worked out. 125. We won't go that far, but 125. Turn that on. It's 5.4. This isn't exponential to me. But, well, in terms of... It depends. Exponential doesn't mean it's just getting higher and higher. That the output isn't 1-to-1. Exponential means that it's... like almost like it's curving in on itself, where it's becoming like, it's like, you know, the way if it's like 2 to the, when you just do stuff to the power of itself over and over again, it just becomes exponential, that kind of thing. But maybe I'm wrong. When people are using the definition of exponent, like I said, this isn't my argument. This is what other people argued back to me, and now I don't know. I don't know. What did this number say? 5 point what? 5.4. 150. 6.8. Almost done. Then we'll plot it on a graph. And you can see the line. Because it'll be a line, not a curve. I thought it was supposed to be a curve. Or at least people had told me. If it's a line, it's not right. It's got to be a curve to be exponential. Okay, I don't know. 8.4. Then. $7.7. And then finally, 250 will be 13.4. All right, so what do we do to get a graph? Insert line graph. Whatever. Alright, it's been a while since I've done this. I actually have tons of graphs in my insert. Anyone help me here? I can't remember. I mean, I use graphs every day in Excel, but I have to admit, I pretty much just always copy the one I have. Daddy Longlegs in here now. So I think this has changed since I've done it before, because you just insert a thing and then this is a spark line. I don't even know what that is. I'm just looking for, like, make a graph and then I tell it what to populate it with. Recommended charts, maybe. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm looking for. 2D line. I got it. Thank you. I was like, what's going on? Like the data. Right. So. You have to reverse it or something? It's going down. Well, we'll see. So, select data. Okay, and then use value. I don't know if this is right. Why is this like the wrong way around, basically? It's like going from... Okay, fine, whatever. It still works. So it's a dead straight line. That's kind of the point, I guess, that I was trying to illustrate. And what people have told me. So I don't know why it's reversed. I don't know. Whatever. But starting here, as power... As you can see, as power increases, so too does speed. As speed increases, so too does power. But it's on a very predictable trajectory. Yeah? Super predictable. Right? It just goes in a dead straight line. We know where it's going to go, right? We can say, like, the next plot point would be somewhere here. Well, at 300%, you know, it would be like here. Something like that, yeah? So we know where it's going to be, power-wise. But my understanding from what people have told me as exponential, but maybe it's just got a different term I don't know about, would be that no. And this is how it used to be in the game, right? Because they changed it. It used to be that as you underclocked, the power got lower and lower and lower to a massive extreme. So I don't know how to do it in Excel. Your power axis isn't linear, but it is linear, isn't it? It's predictable. It's totally like in a dead straight line. It's like that. But the thing I'm thinking of is this. Well, I don't know why I'm drawing on paper. God, I'm so tech illiterate today. So I'll use paint. What is this called then? If the graph was doing this instead, that to me shows exponential growth, because it's going up and up and up and up and up, and eventually it's like just exponent. Like, it isn't that what I thought that's what exponential meant. What's that called? That is exponential? So now I don't know. Production is linear, but not power. But I didn't look at production. This was speed and power. I know it's going backwards, but forget the backwards aspect. 0.6 megawatts of power is there. 13.4 megawatts of power. is there. We know if we could clock machines to 300, I know exactly where it's going to be. The other one was linear. Exponential isn't a curve. Yeah, logarithm is a curve. I saw people saying that before. The exponent is the log, 2 of 2.5. X-axis is wrong. It needs to be fixed numbers. You mix line with x. What does it matter if it's the x or the y? It doesn't matter either way, right? Wouldn't it just be a straight line either way? We could do it the other way around if you prefer. I don't know why it's doing it backwards. I guess because the highest number is on the top. Oh yeah. Okay, fair enough. There's this slight curve. It's like the slightest curve ever, but it is there. And it starts at 100. The curve looks like it starts here, doesn't it? Like from here to here. There's our 100 mark. Right on the number 4. 4 megawatts, right? Where our constructor would go. Although, is it curving? It looks like it is. It's so hard to even see. I don't know. I'm not very good with this stuff, so I wouldn't know how to, like, see the curve any better than this. I'm just trying to make it small, and then it's like, okay. It's definitely, you can totally see it there, but I can't really see it as much here, but maybe? Hard to tell. Be cool if I'm sure there's a way that Excel could tell you the curve. But anyway. Okay, well, if it curves, then all is right with the world, right? Because that's what people were telling me. They were like, oh, well, it has to curve for it to be exponential. The wiki has a better graph? Oh boy. I like my graphs. That's so funny. My cats are trying to get like a daddy long legs that's flying around. Anyway, the more you know. Using manufacturers, yeah, I guess we did use quite low numbers. It's all good. I do just want to keep building. How much time do we have? I've only got 2 hours left. Really wanted to make motors today. Anyways, right, so these are all the copper wire machines. Don't need the ones on top either, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we need 28, so 14 on the bottom, 14 on top. That one, get rid of that one. Alright, cool. So that's our 28 constructors in position now. They need to be connected to each other, so let's just do that real quick. Alright, good. Just make sure their power extends over. Should have enough power for this place, I think. I have to do that downstairs as well. And it's exponential? Yeah, I mean, I feel like going back in time and giving out to the people that told me it wasn't, though. That's what I said. I said it was exponential. And then I got corrected, and now here I am telling you guys, no, I've been told it's this other way. And then now I'm told again. I don't know. Math fight. Nerds can fight it out. Alright, cool. Okay, so in order to separate the copper ingots, so the copper ingots comes in from there. I'll just move this now and place it a bit more nicely, a bit more succinctly, as they say, like that. Dun, dun, dun. Oh yeah. Mark III. Better. Okay, cool. Mark III. I think it's only 40 per minute. It doesn't really need that much, but it's fine. So the next place would be to go here. It doesn't need a merger, but sometimes I just use it as an anchor because it can kind of look nice. And then other things can go into it too. Right now it's just going into an awesome sink, so fine by me. Cool. Alright, good. So that has a way out now. Again, that was just some leftover plates and rods that combined together. Just go into an awesome sink until we send them into a dimensional depot or the equivalent. Just to put them somewhere right. But more importantly now, we have space to actually divide up our little belt here. So this is our 480 iron ingots, 480 copper ingots that could. And then they need to go into a splitter. Actually, doing this in the exact same spot means I can't go up and over with my belt like I was planning. Nor can I do it there. Alright. Go in there. Yeah, you can keep that there, I think. That way. Alright, same thing, just push down a little further. Okay. So I guess, yeah, just to be clear and clean, it doesn't need this. Hopefully that can reach, and technically don't need that either. For now, I'll just connect into that floating belt. Okay. Alright, anyways, so now we've got this again. So splitter goes in the center. Another one goes down here. Very lazy manifold, but it should be fine. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, I think. Same over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, Mark 4. Good. Now, if I'm not mistaken, these 4 groups will actually just take 120 belts each, I think. 15 times 7. 105. Am I left over with ingots? Have I done this wrong? Oh yeah, I am. 60 ingots are going into the copper sheets. Oh yeah. Okay. I'll have to... Damn, why didn't I think of that? Okay. I could have kept the machines on the end and just changed them to be copper sheets and clocked them so that they consume just the leftover bits of ingots. Then every line is consuming 120. I'm actually going to do that. These will be different ones though, so it's not the worst thing in the world that I've just put them down fresh, I guess. But it means that my copper sheets are at the end of the manifold. Don't know what to do with the output just yet, but we'll figure that out in a bit. Thinking about it, we could have just done that, right? Doesn't need a splitter. And Mark 1's fine. Oop. Get that tree out of the way. Alright, so we're going to do copper sheets. I suppose they're all going to be the same. So copper sheets. The intake is going to be 15. Can't change the intake number, but that's 75%. Got it. Alright. All right. Formula from the wiki is initial times clock divided by 100 with a up arrow. 1 point. I don't even know what any of that means. Yeah, my brain hurt you too much as well. G-man. Sort the first column smallest to largest. Click the expand option on the pop-up. Thank you, broke dude. Obviously I've gotten rid of it, but good to know. And I mean that. Yeah, I actually have, like, I track all my money and budgets and taxes and stuff all using quite, I like to think, quite nice looking sophisticated graphs. But obviously, you know, in a live environment, having to make a brand new one, that's just like, oh, I guess I haven't done this in a long time. You know, we just copy and paste the ones I have. And I guess how I lay things out is usually sequential anyway, but yeah. 120,000 megawatts of turbo fuel pre 1.0. By converting to rocket fuel, it's making 390k. That's with 0 augmenters. Power seems much easier to create. Awesome, that sounds great. Doesn't sound any easier, it just seems... Well, I don't know how hard it was to create. That's more power than I've ever had in my life, right? My biggest turbo fuel plant's like 60,000, and I've never needed to go further. So I guess I don't know how difficult it was to get that much in the first place, so yeah, I'll have to take your word for it. Alright, these are doing copper sheets. They need their own little way out. They'll do a little merger. They don't really need a merger, I guess. Through here, maybe? There. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. Okay, this is our little copper sheet thing. Give it somewhere to go for a minute. I got rid of the signs. These would have actually had the sign saying 75. Alright, cool. I know the other ones are missing, whatever, it's fine. Okay. That way, everything's getting divided up, well, not super equally, but relatively equal. And it's 120 on the belt for each row. So that works out better. Skybosom, sorry for continuing the power consumption when overclocking tangent. Oh, it's okay. Hey, I appreciate that. He says, here's a bit of compensation. Thank you. Oh, it's okay. Oh, no, you know, I know I curse at myself for stopping the stream and going off on tangents, but I do it because I love it. I can't help it, you know? I just know it's my... It's like my friendship brain. It's like I want to talk with you guys and discuss that stuff versus my YouTuber brain, which is like, oh, you should have just stayed focused, so I appreciate it. Alright, am I missing anything else? I reached phase 3, but I'm overwhelmed by the logistical challenge to make all the space elevator parts. Yep, that'll happen. So how are players supposed to figure out that it's better to underclock cast screws versus overclocking them? I haven't even figured that out. I thought we just showed that it isn't. That's what my comments were saying. I'm still kind of confused on it now. I thought... Why is it better? Well, it's better to underclock generally because you save power, right? You know, in theory, you should run all machines at 1%. If you really want to maximize your power. No one's going to really want to do that, though. But everyone should, quote, know that. This seems, from testing, to be better. Underclocking all machines to 96 rather than having it 100, right? Am I wrong in thinking that? Maybe when it gets to really big machines, but here the numbers seem the same, so I was happy to do that. Anyways. So that's wire done. We need to now make cable machines. But we could maybe start turning these on and just get the ball rolling with these. So that we can start up the smelters and the miner and the manifold. I'd like to do that. Let's do it. We can see that we've done something today. Oh, they're offset. That's interesting. Alright, we'll just connect it to... I can't even do that. Actually, get rid of that. Alright, everything's powered on now. Up here. We just need to actually send the copper ingots up this way. Alright, next phase, copper ingots. Belt speed, you don't want product stuck in the machine. Oh, this conversation again. Is this the thing where it's like the belts can't get the stuff out fast enough? This is a conversation I do not want to go into because I still do not understand that. And despite a huge amount of back and forth on my old Iron Factory using cast screws, it just wasn't an issue. So it didn't seem to matter if I made the belts long or not. So I still don't really get that, but I guess I just don't know. I don't know. I understand that like cast screws makes a batch of a high volume quite quickly. It puts out 20 screws, I think, every few seconds. So you're hitting the belts with a lot, but it's still, I feel like if you just carry it away with the correct amount of belt speed, it'll always get flushed out. But I guess not. You guys probably know more than me, but I haven't had that problem, which is why I just kind of find it hard to believe. Either I've gotten really lucky or it doesn't exist the way I think it does. Because basically, for those who don't know, what this is arguing is that if your belts between your output and your manifold is too short, things will get backed up in the machine. But I don't understand how that's possible, because if the machines, as long as the machines are providing less than what this belt can carry away, I don't get how that happens. But that's what people say. That's what people say. But I've never seen this proven out, I guess. Alright, we're in business. Although we haven't hooked this up yet. Alright, let's go. It's the cycle time, 50 screws per minute. Very rarely have I run into it. This is, yeah, it's just one of those things I don't think I'll ever understand. Why is this already having problems? Oh. Because I just don't see why the cycle time would matter. Because everything is listed per minute. So it's already kind of accounted for. So I don't get it. I guess I just don't get it. I almost feel like I can't get that ever, because it would break everything I know about the game. Because I base everything on per minute of the machine. And if you're telling me that that's not the determining factor of how belts move things, I'm like, well, we're playing a different game then, at that point. And don't explain to me, because at least today, on this stream, I've gone off on too many tangents. Thank you, by the way, Kenrick. Appreciate that a lot. 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. We'll let them all play, actually. Okay, so that should be able to make its way upstairs now. There goes our copper ingots. Let's see how they're getting on. Wait, what was the issue? I'm not going to explain it again. I just did. You could always go back. We all know and understand this game, and how well we all know about the screws in this game. What do you think about this plan? I'm taking 4,000 plastic, 1,200 rubber, and 3,730... You wrote 37875. I don't even know to do that info. Yeah, 37,000 what? And what's the plan? Alright, let's see how we're feeding these machines. Alright, they're already starting. Nice. That's a 480, so 240 tries to go that way. Although, we could actually limit it so that it is only what it needs to be, which is 120. That should work out because it's 120 down each line. Because 4 120s make 480. Yep. I think that makes sense. And then the ingots. We haven't actually, or the wire I should say, haven't sent that anywhere yet. So we're just going to back up our machines immediately. And they're coming out to the right because we did want to send them upstairs. But for now we'll have to just send them, I don't know, somewhere along this way. Well, they are supposed to go upstairs, so I suppose I should do that. Yeah. Now, is that more wire than we can handle, or what? Yeah, it'll be double, right? So we need 2 separate belts of 480, I think. Yeah, 2 belts of 420. One lot of 420 is going to come up this way. I just hope it has room to get up here. I think it almost will. This will do it from down here. Because some's coming out there, so you have to go here. I'm gonna have to clip into that belt. Just a little bit. God, it's so dark in here, man. I should change the global illumination lighting, actually, because I think it's just getting a bit too dark. I haven't put in the lights yet. Moody bright. Bright, maybe? Might help a little bit. Yeah, it's a bit better. Alright, so that just goes straight in there, and then we need a floor hole that takes it straight up. God. There. Put it in center, I guess. Right, so we actually don't have to clip into the belt. Nice. Okay, so copper or wire rolls out that way, it merges in with its buddy along this belt, and then it rolls up. It's not going anywhere right now, so that's why it's panicking. But we'll just create an awesome thing to send that into. Missing some concrete. Damn. Alright. So I'm late as a moderator in your chat, that's okay. Please install some lights. I know, it's so dark in there. There's lights like downstairs. We're so close to getting the factory done, then I'll just do all the cosmetics, and then I'll never go in there again. Is there no, uh-oh. There's no concrete. Oh, I make it over in the far corner, I think. I used to make I thought there was limestone here. Oh, there it is. Oh man, we're not making any concrete. I can't believe it. Damn, how did I let that happen? Guess when we tore it all down, I got rid of everything. I thought for sure I left the things out this way. That's a pure node, I think. Yeah. Alright, we'll just set a little bit of concrete up again. Pure and 4 normal nodes, great place for fine concrete. Don't know what the fine concrete recipe is. Isn't there only 3? Oh no, yeah, 1, 2, 3. There's 4 nodes in total. The 3 normal nodes, 1 pure. Don't have any things on me. Oh my god, I've made an abomination. It's like a Siamese hog. They're fused. They're actually one. Wow. Alright. Oh my god, I need modular frames. Fuck me. Make a bunch of miners and put them in a... Stop. Stop. Please stop. Silica is overrated. Yeah, I guess windows are overrated. That's what I use silica for. I need you guys to have them backed up. I'm just gonna have to grab what I can get because I didn't put them in storage. Why didn't I put them in dimensional storage? I wonder why. Oh my god, how long is it? Oh, that's a big batch. Is that what I need? That's pretty much it. Cool. And then, let's grab more. I've got actually some in a container anyway, but... have what I need for that. Alright, cool, let's roll. Yeah, the automated miner recipe actually has a use, because you can pop it in a depot and then always have them with you. $45, 90 per minute. Can we get that much out? Probably. I guess we could always power shard it if it isn't the number we need. Wow, does 240? Oh, it's a Mark II miner as well, yeah. What's 240? You could do 5 of these, wow. That's fine by me. Cool. Alright. That one doesn't seem to actually be powered for some... Oh, it doesn't have a recipe set. Alright. Make a little bit of concrete in the background. And we'll give it a minute. We've other things to do while that's happening anyway. Ever gotten to Star Citizen? No. I don't really have anything against it. I think people can charge what they want for games, do whatever they want. It's fine. But I just never liked the model that that game was going for. With the way they did Kickstarter. So my whole thing is, like, if you're going to launch a Kickstarter and say, hey, we need 10 million to make a game, it's like, great, cool. I'd back that, whatever. Maybe. But, what really irks me about Star Citizen is because they got so much funding, they're like, oh, actually, now we're going to make an even bigger game. And then they got more funding. It's like, now we're going to make an even bigger game. And it just keeps going. Not what I believe in personally. I think they've done a real disservice to their initial backers. Sure, the game might be better for it in 10 years' time. Cool. Could have been a sequel by this point. I think they should have just done what they said they were going to do with the initial money. Kept the other money in reserve, pocket it, do whatever, it doesn't matter. People gave you the money for the product that you listed. And then you decided you're going to make more to fulfill that demand. Nobody's asking for that, in my opinion. But, that being all said, the game looks cool, looks impressive when I've watched it and stuff. Not a hater on the game at all. Just don't like the way they went about that. If I launched a Kickstarter for a game and I said, hey, I'm going to make a Roman strategy game, right? Because that's what I like to make. Here's what it's going to be. And let's say I put it up for 200 grand and I got $1 million. I would probably just make the game that I said I was going to make, and then I'd use the extra money to support it after the fact it's out for everybody. Or as a safety net for my next game. Something like that. Or it's for free DLC. Something like that. Like stretch goals or whatever. But I wouldn't be like, oh my god, I'm after getting 5 times the amount I thought. I'm going to take 5 times as long now to make this by putting tons of features in that wasn't even listed as advertised in the first place. Even if I felt it would make the game better. I think people just deserve what they paid for at a certain point. Anyway. Maybe a controversial opinion, I don't know. Right, I was waiting for concrete to be made in the background. Don't need that anymore. And that was because we need to make cable. Looking at my notes. We make 40 rotors per minute, 40 iron rods per minute, 16.66 reinforced iron plates, 240 steel pipe, 180 iron plates. Oh yeah, I needed an awesome sink. That's what I was going to build, right? 180 iron plates per minute and 40 modular frames. Okay. Well, even though things are backed up, we can still plan some logistics here while we wait for the concrete to build up. So I know that roughly here is where we're going to manage all the cable, and we need 400. The cable's going to just downstairs. 400 wired needs to come upstairs. Just 400. That's actually the tricky part. How do I get just 400? Well, I mean, it would get backed up eventually, but it would be nice if I could somehow get that number correctly. Any ideas? 400. You could just use overflow, I guess. So, the 2 lines that I've connected and merged up together, that's 14 machines making 30. I've sent 420. Oh, that's an easy enough way to break off the 20, actually. So 420 is going up there. I wanted to keep some wire for myself, which maybe we'll just break off 20 and do that, and then use the rest. That's still 20 per minute, just for buildables, you know, that's fine. Then use the rest for cable. Yeah. That seems fine to me. So then there's another 420 that would be used in making cable. Isn't it divided by 30 or something? It wasn't what I initially planned to do. Oh, no, it's divided by 60. We need 7 machines to handle all that wire to make cable. Okay. That's not too bad at all. Thought it'd be way more. I'm not going to use overflow. I think what I'll do is just branch a 60 belt off that belt that's going upstairs. Branch that into 3 and then send 40 back and send 20 on. Alright, let me get some of that concrete. I can't take the whole line because it's stronger than the best belt I have. Whoop. Overflow for the coupons. These will all be going into awesome sinks and dimensional depots by the end. So yeah, we'll be getting the tickets that way. I have to go upstairs for that. Getting lost in this place now. Need to add signs and... Fuck, I can't even make it up that far. Damn it. Alright, cool. Here we are. Oh my god, I'm gonna get attacked by this like daddy longlegs soon. It's just flying so close to me. I'm not afraid of them, but, you know, don't want it in my face at the same time. Right, anyways, so that's in place now. This is our wire, but we're gonna have more wire coming up in front as well in a moment. Oh no, this wire is gonna stay down here and go to cable. Cool. All right, cool. So just temporarily, we're gonna be really ugly and just go straight through that. Can we do that? I'm actually out of encased industrial beams now. Hey, why don't I just put it in a dimensional depot and just put it right into my inventory, right? I'll let people think about why I haven't done that. Not to be so passive aggressive, but everyone just says it for everything. It's like, why not just hook it up to a depot? Just generate Mercer spheres out of nowhere. Just spend 10 hours going around looking for Mercer spheres. Duh. Anyway. Sam is near. There is Sam near here. I don't need any at the moment, though. I'm designing a new factory while I'm waiting on the motors. Because why not? Indeed, that's the way to do it, man. As you start building up one space elevator part, I know it's not an elevator part, but as you start doing that, start planning out your next factory. 10 hours? Did you make a new map? Started yet? Bug. It's just about what you prioritize to me. If it were me, I would spend collecting spheres. If you were streaming in front of people, would you spend that much time collecting spheres? I guess that's the question. I've run votes on asking what people want me to do. Every now and then, they say, yeah, go out and get some spheres. Although, you know, probably the correct answer is get the spheres while you're not streaming, have them ready to go, but, you know, time is limited, I guess. But if I could, that would be the optimal. How goes it today? Really good. Yeah, sorry for being a little sassy. But no, good. Everything's good. Feeling good, looking good, smelling good. There's a daddy longlegs flying around me. My cat's looking at it, waiting for the moment to strike, but getting a bit lazy yourself, actually. Just kind of like, you're just sitting down now, don't even really care, do you? Anyways, right, so we've got the wire going in there. We're going to use this belt and make our stators with it finally. So stators are going to be coming out from down just over there. We need to make stators in the blueprint designer, and then we're good to go. Thinking about it, we could actually send the wire over here. Stators could come up right from down below. It's right beneath us. So we could send that wire. Maybe over to the right, up and over and out this way. Could do that. See if I have enough. Am I enjoying Frostpunk? I've only played a very small amount of it. Literally, I've only played 2 hours. Because I just don't have time. I'm really, really busy. I'm working on Manor Lords as a designer, so that takes up a huge amount of time behind the scenes. And then yeah, I've been doing other videos too, so just haven't had the time to do more than that. I basically just sit down, play and record it, and then make them videos. But I've only done 2 so far. So that's it. I think it's awesome though. I mean, I'm so early that I can't form any gameplay opinion because it's so early. Like, I don't know if any of these systems really work, but I think how I've been presented with them is super dope. So I guess you could say I like the vision and where it's going and the premise of everything. I hope it all like works and it feels like it's somewhat balanced and interesting and there's cool events, but everything so far I'm like, yeah, this is sick. Just love it. And I've seen a little bit more with regards to setting up multiple colonies. Missing a bit of steel. I can go off and get some. I was just wondering, how many do I even need? We make 5. I need 40. So 8. Okay. Yeah, let me just go grab some steel. You know, I should really just hook up a dimensional depot to it, and then I would just have steel in my pocket. I didn't start on a fresh update. Nope. No. This is still the same one. This is well, it depends how long you haven't tuned in for. Sorry, this is my 9th stream of the game, for when the 1.0 version came out. So the 1.0 version came out over a week ago now, I think. Yeah, it must have. 2 weeks ago almost. So it's new since 2 weeks ago. Yeah, but not. I mean, it's not since then. Where's my steel? Oh yeah, it's over there. I see. I know, maybe a little too spicy. I mean it all in good fun. I like the idea of just saying it every time I have to go get anything. It's like, oh, I should really just dimensional depot this, just to let people know that I have thought about it. I don't blame anyone for just coming into the stream and saying that. Obviously, you know, that's fine. But as the content creator who only hears people saying that a lot, it's like, thought of it, man. Like, okay, should we spend a little while looking for more spheres and build more depots? We could do that. I've only got an hour to go. I'd really like to make a motor. And you know, I suppose we could just look up where they are and find them that way, but that's kind of lame, in my opinion. Now, thankfully, I don't have to do much running. Everything is generally in the same place, right? This is it. This is the triangulation of where I have to go. Never go out there. That's all depotted because it's the furthest away thing. So at least it's not like I'm running all over the map. Not too much, but I do have to run a little bit back and forth between things every now and then to collect bits that I've left behind. Could have brought more, but that's fine. All good. Please do? Okay. I just don't want people to think I'm being salty or mean. You never know, you know, I have a version of how I'm coming across in my head that's probably not... I feel like that first person who said that just was like, fuck this guy when he left. Yeah, it's all, I mean it in fun. I seem to update. Yeah, you're probably right with that. Update was 1.0. Who else thinks Mark 6 lifts are a bit of a cop-out? Why would it be a cop-out? Just too easy at that point? Lifts and belts? Oh, they don't show the items. Oh, I didn't even know. Yeah, maybe because when it did show the item, it just didn't look right or something, you know? Could be something like that. I just give them that rope because I think they know, or that leeway because I think they know. If they can make it show on a belt, I don't see why they wouldn't be able to make it show on a vertical belt. But maybe it just looked real funky, so they were like, let's just keep it in a box. Well, I don't know, I haven't seen it, so bit of a cop-out, maybe. Yeah, I'd love to know the reason though, you know, the actual reason. What couldn't they do with it? Or did they just think it looked weird? I know that when Snut showed the video of Mark 6 for the first time, it looked like the belt was going backwards. So I could see there being like a visual... Like if you're not running a 60 Hz or better monitor, maybe it just doesn't look right. It could be something like that, you know? Maybe. This looks so good. Alright, why did I go and get steel? Oh, to make the blueprint, yeah. I like belts because you see the items from under now. You see the items from underneath the belt? Is that true? Oh, check this out. Isn't it supposed to be a magnetic field, so they thought enclosing it would be correct? Just speculating? Oh, come on, like, lore like that doesn't make any sense. But I know what you mean, but like maybe there's a... I feel like all that stuff is always after the fact. It's like, oh, we can't show this thing. Okay. Let's say it's because of the magnetic field, you know? And then you get people like coming out and being like, oh, this is the reason though, you know? Like, all right. Okay. This is the magnetic field that's been, you know, okay. Well, maybe in their lore they were like, this is the reason. And Ada mentions it and everything. I don't know. Seems like that's the kind of thing you write after the fact. But maybe I'm just being really cynical. Stator, you don't have the... What am I missing now? Rods. Good God. I could have just added it to the to-do list at least. To see what I needed. I did it before for the other one. Yeah, there are hover belts. Don't use valves unless you absolutely have to. Just learned on a large coil setup the valves and floor holes are still buggy. I've never experienced a bug with a valve. People have always told me there's bugs with them. Floor holes though, yes. And the bug is really simple to fix at least. Which is if you have a floor hole and you have a pump underneath, after you build it, just disconnect the segment between the pump and the floor hole and rebuild it. And to be safe, disconnect the segment after the floor hole and rebuild it. Don't rebuild the floor hole. Don't rebuild the pump. And it'll work just fine. As for valves, I've never encountered any issue with them. People often have issues with them though. Or tell me they do. But I haven't actually had that personally. As far as I understand, valves are basically just a flow direction thing. Things can only flow one way after a valve. They can flow two ways before a valve. And only a certain amount can get through. Should have put them in a dimensional depot. I didn't want to say it. Didn't want to say it. So I needed 8. So what we could do, in fact, I could probably just load a blueprint with 4, and that would be a bit better. This is set to stators, but I really only need 4. Like the rotor one. Oh. Fuck off. Thinking about where we're gonna do this. I might have to run over and check real quick, but this is basically what I need. I just need to set it to making stators. The absolute state of you. The thing people in Ireland say. State of you. You're an absolute state. Alright, cool. Stators. 4. We need 8. As for what goes in, we could color that really quickly. Steel pipe and wire. Gotta rotate these around. Actually, the one on the bottom can stay the same. Hang on. I really need to just double check when I go over there. Save myself a lot of time if I do. And we'll lay out where they go. Right, so the stators are somewhere down below me. Coming out that way. How many foundations is that over? 2. Okay. Just mark that real quick. So that's stators. Or sorry, steel pipe. Wanna make sure? Yeah. The steel pipe could come up here. Okay, cool. We only need 1 line of them, not 2. But it wouldn't matter anyway. Because they fit on 1 belt. That's that. That's our ideal area. But we could push it out further if we want. So the other one would be then the wire, which we said is coming in from there. But I can bring it to the right, up and over, and just follow this seam along. So that's totally fine. So the wire is going to be coming in from the right. And the stators from the left. If we keep the machines facing this direction, which I probably will. Facing forward. Okay, so stators from the left. Sorry, I always call it steel pipe from the left, wire from the right. Doesn't matter. And wire could be the one higher up, actually, which would look nicer. Wire from the right. So that's good. We don't need to change that. This needs to change. Okay. If you set up a valve at 40 meters per 40 liquid per minute for a machine that takes 40 liquid per minute, you're going to run into some issue with the flow. When the flow goes down, it can't get over to compensate. All right. Yeah. That's true. I've never tried that though. See, I guess whenever I put a valve on, the flow rate is always maxed. I always keep my pipes fully flush. Fully filled with water. Because if you don't, nothing transfers the way it should. Valve or not. That's how I kind of view it. But I suppose a lot of people would use a valve as a limiter to go under the max of a pipe, so I understand that that could cause issues, yeah. Trying to think instances where I actually used them a lot in my entire copper Caterium build uses valves. Every single line of refineries uses their own valve to split off 240 water, and that works totally fine. But I don't know. Actually, I even have the blueprint for that. This one, floor, pipe, pump, and valve, and everyone's like, don't use valves. Don't use floor holes. And I literally blueprinted it and it works. That'll be it. And that's what my copper Caterium factory is based off. And it's not a full pipe, actually. But I filled the machines first, before I turned on the ore. So yeah, works fine. But I filled the machines first. That's the rule on that one. Because of my priming system, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that's true. The valves work, you know. It's just that, yeah. It's just that whole thing with liquids. They roll back and forth. Split. They don't split, right? They just roll into whichever part they can that the junction will allow them to. So you gotta fill the pipes and you gotta fill the machines before you turn anything on. But once you do, then you never have to go near it again. Which I actually kind of like. I wouldn't want it as a feature, but it's like I kind of like the fun of that little extra step of turning on the machines, getting things running. Kind of cool. I like my priming system thing because it was different, you know. Couldn't remember if I put this down or not. Just gonna put that again. Right, that's that for the stators. I can't be bothered painting it. We'll paint it later. Oh man, I'm out of fuel. If only I had a dimensional depot to give me more. Hello, Ultra Neros. I can't look to confirm, but I'm not just talking about the pipes at the valves. Everything in the line has to be full or fluid will try flow in more than one direction. Yep. That's because, and say it with me, there's no pressure in Satisfactory. If there was, I always have to clarify that. There's no pull pressure. There's push pressure, which is why you can push liquid down an empty pipe, right? But there's no pull pressure. A pump on a pipe would pull liquid into it. It would create a vacuum. You don't have that in this game. And yet, there's an entire manual dedicated to explaining that there is pressure. And yet, there isn't. But it is what it is, I guess. Over here, I guess, yep. 3, 2, 1, say it. So many people talk about pressure and fluid dynamics. It's like the game does not simulate real fluid at all. And I don't mind. I'm not a hater of the system. It bothers me when people think it's like real life or something. It's like you could solve so many problems with pipes in this game if that was the case. I'll tell you what was a cop-out. One little negative against the developers, I'll say. As much as I love the game, and people ask me what would I give it, I think it would be like a 9, high 9. Or low 9, probably. One thing I thought was a bit of a cop-out was that new liquid that they have later in the game. It's like a plasma, but not really. It just acts like a gas. And they're like, yeah, but it's not. It's like, yeah, but it is, though. It completely is. Not that they had to do anything different, but it's like, why even pretend then? Did I not save this? Oh, I did. There we go. I was a little disappointed on that. It's like, oh, if you're going to introduce like some new liquid and say like, oh, it's this crazy, like it's not even a plasma, it's not really a solid, it's its own thing. It's like, oh, cool, that's different. And then he's very quickly, he's like, but it just operates like a gas. And I was like, oh, okay. So it's just a name then. We could call it anything we want then, really. You want to just play that game. Unless I'm mistaken, but that was how it came across in the video. Is that it? So, yep, wires coming in from there. Cool. We only needed 8. What do you think? Am I being harsh with that? That is... Oh. Okay. Inputs. Did I put both inputs facing the same way? What the fuck is wrong with me? Was it going the right way in the first place? I said Stator's in from the left. How did that happen? Or did I just not do the bottom correctly? Okay, fine. So sorry. Sorry if you caught that and I didn't. Hey, Hazy. Watching the reruns, falling asleep. Nice. I vote for calling it Barry. Sludge. They could have called it Sludge. Or something. I don't know. Doesn't matter. It doesn't bother me. It's just like, it got me momentarily hyped for something different. And then I was like, oh, okay. I thought like they were going to introduce a new type of pipe or something. And it's like it acts differently. But then they were like, oh, by the way, it just operates like gas. And I was like, oh, like, okay, fine. You know, it's more stuff or whatever. But, oh. Just a mini disappointment, I guess. Probably the only thing that disappointed me. Alrighty. Okay, so for some reason when I planted this down, I did it the wrong direction. Probably because I was chatting and just being stupid. My bad. Let's get it back. Get it back. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Together. Mark 2 out of our minds. Mark 1 out of our minds. Okay, and we are saved. Still hot. The belts were still hot. Haven't even cleared them yet. Here we go. Now, give me that, and then blueprints. We need 2. Stator, 2 please. We need more cable, and then we can go build it. Right, I'm on top of things again. Sorry. Call it Slurry. Call it McFlurry. Call it ice cream. Slightly melted. What is it you're doing with Manor Lords? Yeah, so I can't remember exactly when, but 3, maybe 4 months ago or something, I became a designer. Yeah, I mean, that's my title, I guess. A designer and writer on the game. And it's awesome. Yeah, for those who don't know, I've a, you know, I'm not just complete random person. You didn't just give it to a random YouTuber. I have a degree in game development. I haven't worked on a game since I was in college. I worked for a studio. After I came out of college, I worked for a studio and helped make a game engine. It was kind of like a little startup making a Unity competitor. And I did that for 6 months. And then I got hired at Creative Assembly. But I got hired for QA and for marketing as an intern. And they were like, which do you want to do first? And I was like, I'll do the marketing. They offered me marketing because of my YouTube channel at the time. I had a Total War YouTube channel. But they offered me QA because of my development background. Or beginnings of a background, you know. My, what do you call it? Certificate? Whatever that's called. Degree. Anyways, long story short, I worked there for another 2.5 years. And then I left because I'm so cynical. This is facing the wrong way around. And then I became full-time on YouTube in 2017. And I left And appreciate that, by the way. Arresting developments. I'll check that in just one sec. Did one of the silliest things you can do, which is quit your job, which was okay money by the time I left. And decided to do YouTube when I was making maybe $200 a month. And I was like, I'm just going to figure this out. I'll figure it out. I saved enough for like 10 months and I was like, I'll have to figure it out, right? So with a back against the wall mentality, it'll be fine. Anyway, it took me like 3 years to... It took me a year to turn a profit, and it took me 3 years to get back to the salary I was even on at Creative Assembly. And by then, you know, you could argue I probably would have been even making more. But either way, it took me a while, and I eventually got there. Anyways, Manor Lords comes out many years later, again on my 7th year after Creative Assembly. So I left in 2017, September. And I've been kind of friendly with the developer, Greg. Solo developer, for the most part. Solar project, for sure. You know, his project, he obviously purchased assets and hired a few people every now and then to do things, but for the most part, his project on his own. And got kind of friendly talking to him behind the scenes, because he actually used to drop into my streams when I'd play Total War and stuff. And we got friendly and we started DMing and stuff. We always just kept in touch every couple of months. I just thought more of a normal... I, you know, did that with a few different developers. Just because they often try to get pally with influencers, right? Or whatever, creators who are interested in their game. I didn't really think anything of it. There's nothing terribly unusual. But soon after the game came out, I think I wrote him a message and said like, hey, there's just a few things that I would have done differently. But in a nice way. Because we talked about that kind of before. He'd asked me a few things and my opinion on stuff. So I felt comfortable giving him some feedback. And I was like, I feel like just certain things could be explained just a little bit better. And one thing that I have a reputation for is, hopefully anyway you agree, is explaining things kind of well. I'm a mansplainer of video games. And, you know, I make guides and things and people say the guides are good. I have a few guides that have millions of views. For Anno and some other games. Company of Heroes and Warhammer 3 and stuff like that. Views I frankly don't really feel like I deserve, but somehow I've managed to pull them off a few times, so it's not just complete fluke. Anyways, very last thing then to say just on that was that yeah, so I wrote out a few suggestions to him in, like I said, in a nice way, and said like, just with a few little changes to some wording here, because I knew English isn't his first language, although he's speaks really, really great English. Like, you wouldn't really know the difference. But I thought maybe that could be why. That certain things were just worded strange, where it just didn't really make sense. And there's a few things that game does that I didn't really know from, or had never encountered from other games. It's like, oh, a market supplies people automatically, and there's a family unit system. You're not assigning people, you're assigning families, and they do different things within a family. The way... extensions work and all this different stuff. I was like, okay, cool. Anyway, I obviously got the game and understood how to use it or do it, play it. But I was like, you probably, with a game this good looking and with this many, like, this much interest, millions of copies sold, like 2 million or something. There's a bunch of people that are going into that for the first time because they're like, this strategy game just looks not like a top-down, not a grid game, not a little 2D game, not overly indie. This looks like a properly high-quality game. And I feel like strategy would be way bigger if they invested more into like graphics and onboarding and accessibility, because I think there's no shortage of people interested in it. But when you're stuck in 2004 all the time, you know, anyway, I won't mention names or whatever, when you're stuck with old outdated designs and you're still making games like that and you don't really advance the medium at all, of course it's never going to grow. And then, you know, you've got all these other mediums that have advanced more and more attention's gone into them and everything, whatever. Not always going to be for everyone. It's always going to be somewhat of a niche, but I felt like you could probably reach more people, and the interest in that game showed me, you know, 2 million copies for that kind of game is, and it's on Game Pass. It's not even included in the Game Pass. It's insane. And I think that's a large part just due to how it looks. Like the graphics, the presentation, the idea behind it's almost like a simulator. It's like realistic and grounded. And more games are going more arcadey and everything these days. So I think that was a big selling point. Anyway, long story short, I gave him a few pointers, and he said he liked them so much he asked me then for a call. Went on a call with him, and he invited me, basically asked me if I want to be a writer for the game. And I was like, yeah, sweet. I'll do some writing. I'll do some tutorials and onboarding stuff. Thought it would just be a one-off, like just do this for a month and that'll be it. And then, speaking to Greg, he learned about my development background, or just my slight knowledge of that stuff. And then he was just like, how would you feel about being a designer? Because his game was out, and he was trying to like hire up a little bit without going mental. And he's hired a few programmers as well. So I was like, yeah, totally. So it's just a contract, part-time based type thing at the moment. You know, he could say tomorrow, that's enough. And I'd be out. There's no sign of that happening, hopefully. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it. Really loving it. We're working on that first patch. It's been a nightmare, I think, in some ways for him, because they ported the game from Unreal 4 to 5, and there's a lot of technical issues, so it's been a lot slower to get out than he would have liked. But I think once that's out, things will roll a lot faster, and I've just been writing and designing all the time, like in between doing streams and making videos, so it's taken a lot of my time as well. Anyways, that was a very long-winded way of saying all that. Arresting Developments, quite a while ago, dropped 20 in the super chat, and he said, I'm one of those people with an ad blocker. Consider this my payment for all the videos of yours I watch. Hopefully it gets me a lot. Yeah, totally. Dude, you're set for life with that kind of amount. $20, the amount of ads you'd have to watch. It's like thousands. So you're good. And thank you. That's a huge amount, so thank you. I really do appreciate it. Right. Sorry for such a long-winded explanation, but I thought it'd be good to just recap on that a little bit. Okay, so Stators. That Stator's done. We're going to bring up the steel pipes from down here. Lovely jubbly. And feed them into here. I keep saying Stators, don't I? Steel pipes going in to make Stators is what I meant to say. Still have to be a first belt of Mark II. 120, I think, is going in here, because we make 240 in total. Which means 60 out this way. That Mark 1. Alright, and then we go upstairs with the rest, as we've been doing. Okay, so that's that done. Let's hook up the wire next. How's Matter Lords looking these days? I played it and loved it when it came out on Game Pass. Sorry if you can't say much. Yeah, I mean, this obviously, I work for the game now, so I stopped doing my playthrough because I was like, well, it's a bit of a conflict of interest. Even if I told people, I just don't think I should really be out there playing it like that. I've been so tempted to stream the update, though, because I'm like, it'd be pretty fun to do that, but I don't want to do any of that, I guess. Don't want to risk anything. Yeah, so as for how it's going well. Like, there's loads of stuff happening behind the scenes. I think externally, you could probably look at it and say, like, updates are quite slow. Because it's still the first update that they're working on. Because it's been in beta. Now, it's an open beta. You can opt in and play it right now if you want, the new update. Is that what I'm supposed to do? No. Hang on, I should probably just focus on what I'm planning on doing, then speak. So we need to get this wire, not that wire, some wire, over that way. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and it's just going in there for now. Okay, got it. I was just a bit confused about why it was coming up and going that way, but that's because that's where I thought it was going to go initially. Anyway, long story short with Mandalords would be that it's been getting developed. It's, what's the word to say, like, the right way to say it? Its patch has taken longer than expected. I think that's obvious. And I think what's there is actually really good, and we've done some overhauls of fundamentals that I think will set us up for going forward really well. The thing that's taken a long time is stability. You know, not to say that, oh, you gotta have every bug fixed, like really tighten everything up and be really slow, you know, not to throw shade at any developers, but something like Mountain Blade Bannerlord, in my opinion, disappointed me quite a lot, because they spent so long on the technical aspects of the game when I felt like, easy for me to say, but it was running fine, like I had no issues. I kind of just wanted more content. Keep this raised, thinking about it. Kind of just wanted more content, and that almost, it felt like it just never came, because it was constant patches saying like, fix this bug, fix that bug. In the case of Mandalore, it's a bit different. They've changed engine, and it's, we're just getting reports of people crashing. So a crash is a bit too severe to just completely let it go. And I'm sure they won't be able to catch everything, but they're trying to do their best to really mitigate the amount of crashing. Now, you could ask, why did they do a port in the first place to Unreal 5? It's because support for 4 has stopped, and Greg was working on Unreal Engine 4 for I don't know how long, 5 years or something like that, maybe even longer. So it just became a necessity to kind of get the upgrade out of the way while the game is at its smallest, and as the game grows and gets bigger, then in theory, you've saved time long term. Because if you did it later on, you know, then you've got so many more moving parts to consider and how to get it all working. So anyway, long story short, the content that is going into the update, it's light in terms of like raw gameplay content. It's heavy in terms of the technical stuff. The players don't have to worry about that, I guess. But what's there is hopefully going to set us up better for the future as well. Not just in terms of the tech stuff, but also some of the changes. Like one of the things I helped design was the food spoilage system, right? So food goes off now in the game. And it's like the first draft of its implementation, I would say. We've got bigger plans for it later on, but this is a way just to get it in, have it work, see how people feel about it, and then we can kind of design around it with new buildings and ways to help mitigate it, or ways to kind of even increase it during either be events, disease, or other things that could come later down the line. So it's like now that food spoilage is in, it's like, okay, food can go off and you can do things to protect it or not. But you probably won't even feel it that much because there's very little you can do to protect it right now, or very little you can do to mitigate it. Anyway, I could go on and on about monoliths, but yeah, so that's kind of my high-level thoughts, I suppose, on it. It's been awesome working on it, but yeah, I feel like it's just unfortunate that it was looking really good 2 months ago, and then it's just crash after crash and technical problem after technical problem that has just slowed them down so much. Because Greg, even though I'm a coder, it's going to take me way longer to get up to speed and get back into the swing of programming properly. For the most part now, I'm just doing a little bit of UI implementation, writing a lot of the stuff. I rewrote almost everything in the game at this point, almost. And yeah, just stuff like that has to be done by him. So when his attention is focused on like problems of like or not the engine, but like the technical problems that have arisen because of Unreal, and then trying to figure it out. Some people are running mods and they're getting crashes. So, oh, it's such a shame, but it's just taken, unfortunately, a lot of his time away. But hopefully, once it's all done and dusted, and it's like, okay, Unreal 5, we're there. Now it's just, you know, let's just add stuff. So anyway, all right, -1 point for clipping. What's clipping? Where are we clipping? Anywhere else? I thought we did all right. By the way, we're making stators now. Right, so that is rotors and stators, which means we're so close to motors. Motors might even fit in there. I planned ahead well enough. 3. That's really need the 4 space. I could go 4 if we go out here. Actually, yeah, how many motors can we even support? It was like 10 or something, right? Not even. 10 in 10. And we make 40 and 40, right? And I'd said maybe leave over some, so if we did 30, excuse me, 35. It's just 3 assemblers. I'm going to stay away from that a bit. So 1, 2, and 3. These could be our motors, I think. Do you prefer Satisfactory over Anno 1800? Ooh. No. I do right now. I'm finished with Anno 1800. You know? I think Anno 1800 is overall the better game from beginning to end. But I haven't finished this game. But just, I mean, in terms of... it doesn't... This game feels like a AA project. Anno feels like a AAA project. To me. And it's not a knock at the game. Games are priced differently and everything. Thanks, great to hear you talk passionately. Sounds like some exciting stuff. And thanks, Stendwool. Appreciate the super chat there. Any tips on learning how to play Satisfactory? Always get seen... Yeah, my tip would be to watch my video. I genuinely mean that. I don't really... I honestly feel like my Update 8 Episode 1, just watch that on its own. I know it's long, it's like 45 minutes, but it is info, just constant info that will tell you everything you really need to know. It could really just call it a beginner's guide. That video almost has like 1 million views now too. Don't worry about the rest. Just that first one. It'll tell you where to start, what to do, how to set up a to-do list, what power overclocking, how that works. There's a few things in this update that's obviously not included, like how to use the dimensional depot, I guess, and things like that. But generally speaking, this will have you pretty covered, I think, for understanding the basics, how to design a basic factory, and the basic rates of one. But yeah, so that would be my honest, it really is my honest, because otherwise I could just spend 20 minutes here talking to you about all the things. I think that's just a better way of doing it. You know, after all this time, it feels, is that facing the right way? Man, some things never change. Even when not using blueprints, I have to do it. We're gonna make a motor today, damn it. No matter what. No worries. And yeah, it's okay to send things again if I miss it. I really don't mind. I miss a lot. I'm not the type of person to read something and then just ignore it and not say anything. If I haven't said anything, it probably means I just missed it. So post it again. It's okay. As long as you're not spamming, right? But, you know, I know big streamers and stuff might see a lot of... they might see a question, they're like, I don't want to... and they just don't even, like, acknowledge it. That's not me. I just probably missed it, you know? Because if I see something and I just want to quickly move by it, I'll go, like... I'll say your name or something and say, yep. Something like that. Otherwise, I'm probably missing it. Darn, I'm stuck at the aluminum factory. I can't seem to find a good space to build it. Any ideas? Do I have to use trains? No, you never have to use trains. I mean, you could always just use belts. No power problems there. Depends where you built it. I've only ever built one aluminum factory, so I'm probably not the best. See, I feel like once you get to that stage, my tips kind of run out because it's just, I don't have much experience at that point of the game. My aluminum factory that I built was good, and there was no problems with it. I made 1,500 aluminum casing and 500 alclad. I built it in the rocky desert, so basically right around here on the near the edge of the map. Can't remember why, unfortunately, but I did build it there. And there was bauxite up on a mountain, and I actually brought it down via a train in there. So I shipped in bauxite via train. Don't think I did anything with alternate recipes. I remember it had to produce a huge amount of silica. Yeah, unfortunately I don't really have any tips. But I don't think you have to use trains. It's just, it's high volume. You know, it's very high volume stuff. But you don't have to use trains. A truck would do just as good. You could use a truck. If you find where you're building the terrain is kind of awkward, maybe a truck is the best way to go. Because at least you can just drive it and navigate around like something that might be a bit more awkward otherwise. Don't be afraid of trucks. Always my advice. I like trains too, but just if you're feeling like the train makes it awkward. Alright, so there goes our... Just realized something. They're not getting made. What's going on? Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. Thought I, we'll just cut this and cut this. We're only using the top layer. So, in you go. Oh. Oops. Went too far out. Do it this way then. What do you think? There? So hard to know. Yeah, that was okay, I guess. No, it wasn't. Fuck me. Alright. Pipes are on their way upstairs. Suis styra, as they say in Ireland. You might have to redraw the first belt in the first assembler. Didn't change after the splitter change. Oh, really? Okay, thank you. That's perfect. Trains are so awkward to build around the rocky area, really. I might have to yoink your road blueprints then. Yeah, you don't even need roads, really. Just build a ramp and get up and down or something. Yeah, I agree. Trains are awkward when you're going on a high elevation, like from that pink forest area down to the rocky desert, so I can see your problem. Some people build spirals to bring their trains down, which can look a bit weird, but you can do it. Alright, so these now need to be set to motors. So we'll have a little bit of rotors and stators left over. In fact, I could build a fourth one of these. And make it so that we just gain like 5 rotors per minute and 5 stators per minute and increase the amount of motors we make. Basically, we make 40 of each. And right now we'd consume 30. But I could maybe consume 35. And then just throw the excess into dimensional storage containers or something. Because I might just need a little bit of that to build with. Whereas having more motors is probably better for later. Don't really think I need much rotors to send into things. At this point. We should just usually just build that on site. So yeah, I'll just try it. We can always disable it if I feel like it's not working out. Sorry. In fact, this works too, doesn't it? Oop. Okay. Just trying to get clever, I guess, but I just stupid. Alright. I'll fix those later. Might have some time to do a little bit of cosmetics now this place is almost done. In fact, maybe we got time to go out and find some spheres. And then I could, Huh. That's off the center. That's on the center. That's off the center as well. I thought like 2 were on the center. I was like, how could that be? Ooh. Can't have that. Now, last thing, we just need to bring in the rotors, which are coming in from over here. Just be super lazy. Just gotta bring this around this way. Because I'm gonna be fixing it up soon when I do the cosmetics anyway. I'll be getting rid of that awesome sink. Oh my god, there we go, finally. So, I can actually advance the next milestone when this is done too. So we can actually have a bit of a payoff to it as well. There we go. So stators are being made. We'll give it time. Hopefully everything will run up to 100%. Because right now, seeing a little bit of not so hot steel pipes. What is it? 15? Yeah, it's 60. That's okay. I was just making sure. We're breaking off 60 here, breaking off 60 there. It's just a manifold. It'll take a while, but once it does get down there, all good. In the hood. Alright, you missed my question, so I found out that foundries and coal generators, especially foundries, take more space than in Update 8. As I tried to build your version of the steel factory in Update 8. Oof. Really? I have to get some frames. Right, I need to get frames anyway. We'll do the next milestone. That sucks. I built a lot of blueprints with foundries in them. I wonder, do they work still? You know? But that sucks. Yeah, I haven't had that problem just yet. Or I didn't notice it anyway. I built foundries up in my steel place. The foundries I built in that first steel plant, though, I feel like they're pretty spaced out anyway. You weren't able to build my version of the steel foundry? I only used like 6 foundries. But maybe things, yeah, I take your word for it, but they must have been just a little bit misaligned maybe if they've increased them slightly. That's annoying. What if Satisfactory evolved into making parts for tanks and jets, etc.? We had assembly building to assemble them all. Yeah, that's something that I always thought was interesting with this update, which is, for the most part in the game, even though you're on an alien world and all of that, you're dealing with components that are like generally real-world components, like screws, iron, copper, all this stuff. But then once it gets to Caterium and silica, well, silica as well, I guess. And it seems to attract, like, it attracts people based on the actual realistic nature of it in some ways. But then with this update, they were like, well, now it's all like fancy alien stuff, which I got no problem with. It's fine. But I saw like a few people were like not into that. They would rather it stay like more practical, I guess. I think it's cool for the game, but it would be an interesting type game where it's like, okay, that's almost like a simulator then, but it's like, we're going to make Tesla simulator and we're going to build the Gigafactory and we're going to make a car. You know, like we could do that. Got to make batteries, got to bring all the components together, got long assembly lines, robots making things in their machines, like the little arms come out and make things. Like you could do that. I think their direction was probably more interesting, but I think it's a cool idea. It's like, oh, what if it was a military production chain where you have to like make bullets and stuff? I mean, Factorio has that, I guess. You could play the game without using SAM. That's true. Yeah, you can. That actually is interesting. You don't need it for any space elevator part, right? I don't know about the very end, so I haven't gotten there yet, but we haven't needed it so far. It's to make life easier. Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry. I said I was going to get some more of those mod frames. At the moment, we're just letting them roll into an awesome sink. And we're not making cable. I have to do that downstairs. But we can now bang off these two. Bump and bump. The cable is the last thing we do with all the other wire that we have. Easy enough. Just another group of constructors, then we're done. And maybe tomorrow we'll just come back, get the factory running 100%, do some cosmetics, set up depots, make it a dimensional depot day. I'll right all the wrongs that I've made so far. You do? Oh, okay. I built your version of the steel factory last night. The only issue I had was the recipe for in case industrial beams changed, so I had to adjust it a smidge. Oh, really? What was it before? 18 and 36. I'd have to watch the video. I hope you load up later ones too from the series. You mean upload the series to YouTube? It stays on YouTube, but I'm not making any videos out of this. I'm just keeping it as streams. See you later. I have my phone. As a rookie, what's the best starting area? As a complete rookie, just grassy fields is the easiest. Not easiest in terms of all the stuff that's around, it's just easiest in terms of its layout. It's open, it's easier to build in, and there's less creatures. So, grassy fields. I set up temporary plants at construction sites most of the time. Wait. Collect tickets. I don't need any of the tickets, I'm good. I've gotten everything we needed. There's nothing left until we progress and unlock more things. We got everything already. Oh, you want me to load up the old save file? We did actually do that on the previous stream. People here screaming, like, just take the modular frames off the belt. Alright, so I might actually have it already, but we need now 200 motors, so we'll wait for them to build up, 200 modular frames, 400 plastic, and 1,000 cable. Damn, the cable. You didn't set up cable yet. I think I have 1,000 cable. I'll just check. I might have time to do that. I've got 15 more minutes. Slightly longer. Oh no, I am out of cable. Alright, we gotta do it then. I can't believe I'm out of cable. Wow, so I really only have 300 cable left. Gotta make it count, I guess. Okay, so to do cable machines, we have to make another blueprint. Be easy enough. And we know where it's going to happen already. That's why these are stalling, because they've got too much copper. So all of the wire that comes out of 14 of these constructors, so 14 times 30, I want to say, it's 420. 420 wire. Divided by 6, I think it was 8 or something. What? Hang on. 420. Divided by 60. 7. What was I don't even know what that just said a second ago. Why I don't know. Anyway, okay, 7 constructors then are needed. So that's not too bad. We can build 8 in one click. And which way are you feeding out? That way. That's a shame. If it was feeding out the other way, it'd be a lot easier. Is this doing anything? Yeah. Grab that. I'm just gonna push that back for a moment. Just to keep it running. This is gonna go out this way and along here. Okay. So just to be lazy, I'm just gonna grab this and then we'll just change them to say that they're doing cable. Why not? Why shouldn't I do that? Now I did say earlier that I was going to leave a little wire left over, but I can't quite in my head think of where that's happening. It's here, right? The little bit extra that's come up. Oh yeah, I was going to split off 20 or something from it. God, I can't really remember that now. You had extra wire coming off one of those lines. Yeah, you've actually just said it ahead of time. Yeah, I can't quite remember it. I have to go through the numbers again. We'll just get this running because we need 1,000 cable anyway, so just get it up and running and then we'll figure that out. Figure that issue out. I need to change what they're doing, so cable, please. See. Alright, all good. They're all doing cable. Just go downstairs, power them, and then tell these to do cable. My watch keeps telling me to stand up. I'd like to get a standing desk actually, but I just don't really want to bring one to my apartment. I'm hoping... We've been looking for a house for like 6 months. Kind of. But it's difficult, it's expensive. So yeah, ideally it's just like, okay, I'll get one when I move. Oh no, it's just aiming out to the left. Oh. You know, this stream is just doing this 6 times over. I think Major has a pretty good idea with just making a basic blueprint that has these directions set for me, so I don't have to keep reversing things every single time I get it a little bit wrong. Whatever, man. Now, I only needed 7. I'm actually running 6, or 8. One of these could be turned off. I'll just turn that one off. I don't know. Whatever. Oh, actually, I should underclock both of them 50%. That'd be better. Because the wires being split evenly. That should even out. That's 7 machines then, or the equivalent of. All right. Why do you want me to load up the old? What do you want to see the old save file for? What do you want to see? I loaded it up before on other streams. I don't really have time to load it up and run around it, to be honest. I don't know what you want me to show. I showed last time I loaded it up. I don't mind asking, but I don't know what you want to see. Last time I loaded it up, we went to and visited a bunch of the factories, and everything looked good, but I didn't do any like proper testing, I guess. It was your idea? Yeah, but you gave me the idea because you were saying like, shouldn't you just, you know, you were just giving me the idea of like, you should improve the blueprint really, instead of having to go back and forth and keep changing it. Okay, so I need to just isolate where that wire is going so that things don't inevitably get backed up. So the way that that was happening was here, wires going upstairs. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, 7. 7 times 30. 210. So yeah, 420 is going upstairs. So I have to see what's being consumed upstairs, right? It shouldn't be less than 420, and we break a little bit off. Send it into like a awesome sink or something. Oh, that's low as well. Yeah, let's just have a quick look. So 40. How many of these were there? 8. 40 times 8, 320. That's a lot less than I thought. That's 100 wire free. Really? Was this supposed to be 5? No, 5 times 8 is 40. I have more wire than I thought. Don't know how that works out. That makes me scared that something's gone wrong. Although I do feel like I'm making less cable than I thought, so it might work out. Okay, well, if there's 100 wire free, then it's just a matter of breaking it off here on an overflow and putting it somewhere. I think. If something goes wrong, you know, we'll troubleshoot it tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll stream tomorrow, I think. Could be. Here, no problem. And, yeah, we can just double check, just make sure. I don't know why I did that. Sorry. One of the best new features in this save, or this update, is the autosave. Because it's instant. So good. Now, I need a smart splitter, but I don't actually have. That'll be 60. We need to break off, technically, 100. That's 120, so that'll do us for just a few minutes. So, to make an AI limiter, we need copper sheets. There's always a lot of questions and requests on the streams that don't mesh with Darren's style. You would think people would learn. Oh, it's okay. I don't mind. People could be just here for the first time, you know? And even if they're not. It's okay. How's it going? It's going good. It's going great, in fact. Actually in a great mood. No longer stuck watching the VODs. Nice. Good to have you here. So overflow out the left, please. There we go. We don't want it to be more than 120. That's fine. Alright, great. We did it. That's it. That's everything. I think. That's everything. That's the factory done. There's nothing left over. Other than just making it look a bit better and fixing some of the wires and where the awesome things have gone. Putting in some dimensional depots. But the logic of the factory is done. And then tomorrow, yeah, I think we'll just troubleshoot it and we'll see if any of our lines are running slow. For now, this... Oh yeah, look at that. Motors are backed up. Just throw them into a container. I almost build one of those, actually. We could do that right now. I don't really need that, actually. Do a regular one. Because I want to save them for later, so we can put them in proper places. God. There we go. Did that person reply again? No, I don't think they did. When I said... I don't understand what they say. Have so fun with your old load up. Please load it up. The latest you load up. Oh, he's asking me to upload this save so we can play with it. Oh yeah, of course. I feel like I've already put up the recent saves. But yeah, after these streams I do put them up. Don't worry about that. Sorry, I thought you were asking me to, because you're saying load up. So I thought you were asking me to load my previous save. Yeah. Oh, gotcha. No worries, no worries. Yeah, no, after the stream ends, I'll put it up straight away. There'll be no delay. You'll have it. You can look around and fix it. Fix whatever I've broken. You were going to overflow 20 wires upstairs. Yeah, I remember that. I was like, I thought it was 40, actually. But you said 20. But, yeah, just to follow the numbers while we're waiting for a few things to build in the background now. Because I'm going to go advance the next milestones just to cap off the end of the stream. But just to quickly go over that. What's just happened there? Right, we have copper, 480 per minute, should be rolling in here, right? Stop starting a little bit right now because I'm sure a lot of the machines got backed up. But just whatever. And it's doing 120, 120. Actually, we can keep that as Mark 4 just to give it great. Yeah. Okay. Right, anyways, it goes into all these machines. This is all connected all the way down. What's your problem then? You're just full. Just totally full. Can't get out. One thing I need to add up then is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 times 30? It's 210. Okay, just making sure our belt speed is good enough, which it isn't. Mark II. There's a problem. That'll help a little bit. That 210 is just straight up rolling around into the bottom floor of these. So let's see if that makes sense. 6, 12, 18, 30. 210. That's what we like to see. That's good. You should be fine. And you can go all the way through now properly. Similarly, this is doing something, the exact same thing, but this is probably also limited. Oh no, that's Mark III. That's correct. They should be getting backed up less. The one, yeah, less. The ones on the end are making copper sheets. Going in there. And that's Mark III as well. Okay. Yeah, it'll take a while for the manifold to take effect now, and then we can spot other troubleshooting issues, but that's looking good to me. Mark II to Mark III. Oh yeah, I said that on purpose. That's fine. Technically, we just keep it as Mark II. So it'll help just avoid confusion with me in the future when I'm looking at things. I do have to paint them all again. So there's a run. Okay, yeah, fine. Alright, anyways. So, 480 goes in, makes wire, wire comes out. I think we have a combination here of, again, 420 goes upstairs then. So the numbers are balanced, right? Like the cable is correct. It's consuming the correct amount. Maybe I put down more cable than I initially planned. 3, 6, 9. 90 times 2, that's 80. We make 210 cable per minute. Alright. Pretty good. Let me just write that down because I'll forget. Cable 210. And we'll do a recap of what everything makes because I've written it all down here actually. Copper sheets would be good just to know. I think it's a very small amount. So it's 15. Yeah, I think I said I was going to make more than that. And that's where the discrepancy has come in. I think that's definitely it. I feel like it, but anyway, because it seems low. But okay, 15 per minute. Pop sheet. 15. Oh no, it's 30. It is 30. There are 2 lots of them. Seems stupid. Okay. Copper sheets are 30 per minute as well. So I've got the 1,000 cable now. Sorted that problem. We've already got 2,000. Wow. We need 200 motors, so let's go upstairs and grab those. Did I just... Oh no, I sent them into a container, didn't I? Yeah. Then we need modular frames, so that's 288. So that's our 200. 250. We need 400 plastic and 200 modular frames. Look at that. The place is banging them out now, because the speeds are decent. Alright, so that's 200 on there. Alright, and then 400 plastic, which we've got. We can do the next milestone. It's as easy as that. Gonna have to get dimensions on this factory? Yeah, no, totally. Yeah. I read that before I read the name. 100% though. I do agree. Yeah, tomorrow I think when I'm back, it'll just be, we'll go out, find enough immersive spheres and put dimensional depots on them. So I'd like to keep them on silica and quartz crystal because I use that a lot for building. Don't really need the one I have on animated SAM, reanimated SAM right now. Do want to keep it on packaged fuel and reinforced iron plates. Generally would like to keep it on iron plates if it's even there. Oh, it's not even there. We just uploaded those manually. Yeah, so that's it. That's all we've got. We've got reinforced iron plates, packaged fuel, quartz, reanimated SAM, and silica. So 5 depots in total, with room for 2 more. I've got 2 more spheres already. We could do at least 2 more. So yeah, the idea will be putting one on everything that we have here. All right, let's go. Bonk, bonk, dunt, dunt. Before I click it, what does this give us? A manufacturer making computers, heavy modular frames, modular engines, and adaptive control units. I think after we're done with this factory, I can actually just start trickling in the space parts now, because that's what we can do. We'll probably set up versatile frames. We'll go back to the steel factory, we'll button that up, make everything look better. And even start thinking about trains then. We just need computers, I guess. I don't automate these, so a concrete sort of factory next to the steel to make those properly would be good. I don't think I make them anyway. But yeah, then it's kind of big boy stuff with the heavy modular frames.
Milestone reached. Manufacturers can receive up to 4 inputs for the production of complex parts, such as computers and heavy modular frames, but most importantly the 2 new project parts. The modular engine and adaptive control unit are essential for the development of Phase 3 of project assembly. You are making good progress. The future is starting to look bright.
Am I going to make a video? Yeah, I'm not sure when yet, but I am planning on doing a video series. Like, just separate to this. Like a new playthrough, but video series, but moving through the game hopefully faster. So hopefully getting to like this point within like 3 episodes or something like that. That'd be the goal. Your thoughts on deciding how much each area makes? I'll get back to that question in just a moment. I'm not so good at English. Yeah, no worries. I totally get that, so that's totally fine. But love to explore your saves. The one I play now is the latest you have on there. Okay, yeah, I get it. I was misinterpreting you. That's my bad. But yep, I'll upload it right after this. No problem. Is this factory a centralized one? No, this is just one iron factory. And it's just about done now. Don't like seeing flickering yellow lights. Oh, I say done. Cosmetically, it's not done. But logically, it seems to be almost done. There might be a few hiccups here and there that we want to smoothen out. Yeah, this is a, quote, starter iron factory. So let's talk about what it makes, just very quickly. And is there any point popping it up on screen? No, we'll just talk about it. So here's what the factory makes. Rotors, 40 per minute. Actually, no, because we just built motors. Let me work that back. And by the way, someone said... You said you needed 400 stators. No, I only needed 40 stators. 40. Think I do have enough for that. Right, so here's where we're at. Iron rods, 40 per minute. Reinforced iron plates, 16.66 per minute. Steel pipe, 120 per minute. Iron plates, 180 per minute. Modular frames, 40 per minute. Cable, 210 per minute. Motors, 40 per minute right now. I'll probably bring that down to 35. That will leave us over with, I can't remember how much, but a little bit of... Oh, sorry. Motors is 20 per minute. My bad. 20 per minute. Probably bring it down to 15 and give ourselves back a little bit of stators and rotors. Right now, just the way it's hooked up right now, they're all being consumed. So we make 40 rotors and we make 40 stators, and they're just being completely consumed in 4 motor assemblers. Make 20. And that's it. That's everything it makes. I think there's a little bit of wire left over too. 100. Yes. 100 wire per minute. That's it. Oh. If I didn't say it, 30 copper sheets. So it does a lot, but it's all just basic starter stuff. Because we started in this area, and it just seemed too good to pass up the 6 iron deposits here that were all pure. Don't mind that. Bit strange that, or I don't know if it was really worth it spending so much time on this. Because it did take longer than I even thought. But we're covered now. We have our first proper factory from start to finish. The goal for me anyway now would be stabilizing the power line. So making sure what we consume never stops or starts, having clean flowing everything. So manifolds take a little while to ramp up to 100%, but what we should see is this just running totally fine. The fact that this is stuttering means something is wrong somewhere. So I'd want to like look into that and find out like, okay, we're making iron plates, but they're getting backed up. You know, why is that? Something must have changed. And this is probably what we'll do tomorrow. We'll like troubleshoot these things. So it should be, I can't even remember, but I have to look into the numbers here. Should roll out there, and then it goes this way. Ah, this is completely stalled. That could be why. Did I cut it off from power? Yes. That's an easy fix. Now, this is the stuff I want to clean up, right? Just make everything go up and over each other, not through each other. That was kind of temporary. And then we should be able to connect all of these together if we wanted to. And build walkways between them and staircases and just ways to get up and down. And then lights, obviously. And a roof. So that's what I'd like to do tomorrow. Just really finish it off. It might not be the most interesting of a stream though, because it'll be like, hey, we're just troubleshooting and building cosmetics. But I'd like to do it. And maybe a bit of exploration, finding some... I guess the Dimensional Depot stuff is interesting. So yeah. Clipping pole. Don't worry, the clipping, all that stuff would be removed because I can't stand that either. Yeah, I'd have to go around as Mr. Maintenance Man and just flush some of these out because they're being backed up because that was offline for so long. We'd have to help them a little bit. But once these are flowing all smoothly, then you know everything's working fine, basically. Yep. How many tickets have we got now? 46 per minute. Wow, the pod's not returning for 10 minutes. Why is there even a timer? It's like, it's obviously going to take way more than that to get to the next milestone. I feel like the timer should be way higher, or just not there at all. Like, okay, like you can't advance for, I don't know, 10 minutes is just so irrelevant. It's like, okay, I'll wait 10 minutes. But if it was an hour, it's like, well, I guess I have to do other things. Like build a heavy modular frame factory. Alright, anyway. Sorry for the caps, it's okay. Just curious, how do you smelt iron if you have multiple miners? Okay, yeah, we can show how this factory works top to bottom. Super quick. We've got 6 miners in this location. All capable of doing 480 per minute at the moment, because that's the best belt I have. So just assume they're all running at 480 per minute. We follow one belt along. It goes into groups of smelters, right? These are the groups of smelters. So a smelter takes 30. If we have a look at 480 iron ore divided by 30, it requires 16 machines to use all of it. All right, so every belt goes into 16 smelters. And the way I built it was 8 on the bottom and 8 on the top. So it always splits once before it goes in. So a 480 belt comes along here, goes into a splitter. Half of it goes up to the top 8, and half of it goes down to the bottom 8. Pretty straightforward. And we just do that 6 times over. So the first machines here are 4, right? Because there's 4 belts coming along. So 1 row, 2nd row, a 3rd row, and a 4th. As you can see, the one on the end, I decided to stack them up even higher because we were running low on space before I hit up against the cliffs, and people said they wanted me to build more conformed to the landscape slightly. So I tried to do that. So this meant instead of 8 on the bottom and 8 on top, it was 4, and then 4, and then 4, and then 4. So it just meant a little bit of a different challenge, but it meant that this node and this one go into the 16 that's here and the 16 that's here. So that's the bottom of the chain. That's how that all works. That's done. All of the ingots then travel out to the same central point. Right, so they all travel along here. They all go upstairs. So we could go follow that real quick. So the next thing then was dividing up, like, okay, what do we do with all this iron ingots? This is 2,880 ingots per minute. 480, 480, 480, 480, 480, 480, right? It's the best we can do. What do we do? Well, based off those numbers, we need a little bit of everything, right? I got rid of all my machines, so it's like, okay, we now need plates again, we need iron rods. What else do you need? Just even basically reinforced iron plates, modular frames, these kinds of things. But let's start with construction. So this is a floor dedicated now to just constructors. Hence the name construction, right? It's all just constructors on this floor. So it's just pure ingots that roll in here, and then we send them up into groups of machines. So again, it's done in the very same style, where we look at like, okay, what do we need for plates? It's ingots, 30 in, 20 out. So it's a bit different than before. It's not 30 in, 30 out, 30 in, 20 out. That's easy. Easy enough. So we just go, all right, again, a belt of 480 divided by 30 means we need 16 machines. We put them all in a line, and we just feed them in a manifold style. Those who don't know what manifold means, it just means that you have one central, or one belt going along a line, and a splitter is taking from that every time. Now, unlike a game like Factorio, where a little arm reaches out and grabs something and takes it, this is a splitter. So technically, the 480 or whatever that's coming in here, 480 is going in there, 240 is going that way, and 240 is going this way. And then when we hit this, 120 is trying to go that way, and 120 is trying to go this way. Now, we're using a belt of 60 here, so only 60 can go that way. But just don't get it confused. Splitters are trying to split evenly for the most part. So that means that it takes longer and longer and longer and longer to get down to the end. And that's why it's a manifold. That's what it means. So it can take longer to spool that up. So how does it eventually get to the end? Well, the machines here eventually get full. They fill up with iron ingots. They get completely full. If you're using a load balancing system, where you're taking one belt and dividing it out into 16 using splitters, this would only ever have 1 in it. Or 3, or whatever. Just a very small amount anyway. Enough to whatever is to run the machine. But manifold, you actually fill them bit by bit by bit all the way down to the end. That's how manifold works. You're planning on seeing your inventories of all machines full. Anyway, so that's how we did iron. For the iron plates then, we have to go decide what to do with them. But not to be too long-winded, the next group over was iron rods. So we, again, just divided the number again and figured out how many machines we need that could go into 480. They consume 15 as opposed to 30, so we needed twice as many of them. That's that done. Screws, then you need twice as many again, right? How much are they consuming? 12 per minute. So this one, they got a bit complicated. I underclocked them all to make the numbers work out a little bit better. It's a long story. I'm not going to go into it now because we talked about it at the beginning of the stream. But in order to just make numbers work out a little bit better, based on the output of what you can put out, here's the reason. They normally put out 50 per minute. If we did that, there'd be too many on the belt for me to handle, unless I really divided up the machines. Underclocking them all to 48 per minute basically just allows me to have 4 belts of 480 rolling out of this. So we send in 1 belt of 480 ingots here, and we divide it and then divide it again, right? So 120 is going into each group now. Top, bottom, left, right, right? So 120 is going in. But then what we get out is like a nice clean 480 belt of screws out each time. So then we send 480 up and send 480 up that way. I want to make sure I'm not wrong with that because there's gaps in that belt. If there's gaps, there's something wrong. Oh. There's a problem right there. This shouldn't be this speed. Huh, fun little error that I spotted. Yeah, because I previously had the last one down to 80, but then changed them all to 96. Changing them all to 96 is the same as having one on the end as at 80. Yeah, I must have forgotten to do that for the floor up above. Good to catch. Anyway, right, so... Anyway, yeah, we get our clean belts of 480 then. That goes upstairs. Again, we built here. That's copper, so copper's a bit different, but similar principle. 480 is our guiding principle. We divide it into wire. We use some of the wire to make cable. Here, I did iron plates again, because it turned out I needed more, so I grabbed another one of the... I left 1 belt reserved, because I wasn't sure what I needed for, of ingots. So we decided to make another group of plates, because I just needed a little bit more. Right, and then this one. This is a new recipe for the game. This is the steel, the iron pipe recipe. So you can turn iron into steel without the need for coal. You just need a lot of iron. So that's what we did. And we built 5 of them across. And that allows us to bring them all down to 96 clock speed. Again, probably some reason for that I can't quite think of right now. But that's what we did. Anyways, so that's 120 pipes going upstairs and 120 pipes just going into a bin for now. So that was the construction floor. The next floor up was assembly. So you can see we have smelting on the bottom, construction here, and then up here, assembly. So anything that needs 2 components to make goes up here. Alright, and then very fine, you know, it's all the same principle again. But this time pulling up the 2, so every group has its like little output, right? And we bring that up and we connect it into one of the other outputs, and then we have another series of machines doing the same thing. And if our numbers need to match a certain way, we underclock. Just for ease. The hell was that? Oh, right. That was the pod returning. That was so cool. Anyways, yeah, so here it's the plates and screws combined to make reinforced iron plates. Simple enough. Here we have reinforced iron plates and rods that combine to make modular frames. And that's that. That's a big group of modular frames. So this is done in blueprints to make it quicker, right? So we make a segment and then we just copy and paste it over. Makes it a bit quicker. Over this way, we use the screws and the rods to make rotors. All good. Down here, today is what we added. We added wire mixed with some of the steel pipe to make stators. And now we mix the stators and the rotors together to make motors. And the motors then we're just putting in a box. That's how the factory was designed top to bottom, and that's how it works. So the way I'm probably going to design it is we'll do this, something like this, and the belt, obviously we won't have a clipping belt like that. We'll have these like struts. The struts will combine with each other by going across. They'll look like they're nice and framed. We'll build steps to lead up and down between them. We'll join them together. These are all on the grid together. None of them should misalign, hopefully. Like this, right? They should all line up. That was very important to do that too. So keeping everything aligned correctly. That way we can just build our walkways with our little, what's it called, like a railing. Get in between the place. Build hypertubes maybe to go up and down the floors, or like little jump pads, or just staircases, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Also, now that the factory is kind of done, we can chop away the bits that we don't need. Like get rid of bits of floors that aren't needed there. You can also start paving it out. People ask me, why do I have concrete and then concrete on the bottom? Because we can change this now to something like coated concrete, and then on the underside it stays like not shiny. Or on the underside, more likely what I'll do is put a different style on it, right? So we'll have the roof will look like metal or something, or even just a different color. It doesn't really matter. Or it'll have vents on it, whatever, you know. It's just to have the cosmetic flexibility. And again, it's like, oh, that's a pain putting down two variations of foundations, but not really. If you use blueprints, you just do it once, and then you always build with this in mind. Easy enough. It does take up a bit of extra object space, I guess, right? We're duplicating the amount of objects in the game, at least. Well, definitely. So, it could be wasteful from that perspective, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter to me, anyway. You're also duplicating the amount of concrete you need, actually, as well. Alright, well, anyway, that's basically it. So, it would be nice to then connect this area to the smelting area, but avoid the kind of big arch going through it. It would be nice as well to build some sort of road that can then pick up the stuff we're making. So I have a road network out to my steel. And we want to kind of build a more proper, long-lasting road. And yeah, just like connect our factories together so that we can interchange goods between them really easily. Because we don't have trains yet. So yeah, that's pretty much it. There's an alternative recipe that takes wire and iron plates, which is really nice. Yeah, so I just built with what recipes I had. I didn't want to go out exploring and running around for too long. Discovered your channel today. Watch your old vid from 5 months. Now saw you're alive. You got a new fan. You only discovered me today, and you knew about my save file thing? That's interesting. Oh, you instant downloaded my old save. Yeah, cool. Hey, 24 Keefe. Just about to wrap up, actually. We're just kind of finishing off, unfortunately. Will this factory supply future factories, or is it for personal use like dimensional depots? No, it'll supply something else, definitely. Even a little bit. So again, just to run through it, I'm just going to write it out, because if I don't write it somewhere, I'll probably forget. Yeah. I normally do it in my Mila note document, which is like a kind of a note tracker, to-do list type thing. So just really quickly, again, so motors, we're currently making 20. These are all per minute, all values per minute. So some of the numbers aren't high enough to really do that much with, but we'll see. Could always use a little bit. Iron rods, 40. Reinforced iron plates, this is the only awkward number, 16.66. Steel pipe, 120. Iron plates, 180. Mod frames, 40. Cable, 210. Copper sheet, 30. Is that it? That's it. What will most likely happen is I'll probably do this. Motors 15. 15 per minute's like probably just enough to build with. I don't know if that would go into another factory, but maybe. Depends how low volume I want to keep things. Rotor and stator. I can't remember how much that would be, but I think that's 5 per minute each that would be left over if I do something like that. I think around those numbers. That's really what the place makes. So for the ones that are high enough volume, iron rods, you can maybe do something with that. 40 per minute. The steel pipe, 120 per minute. Oh, you know what I'd like to make here that I still don't? Smart plating. Yeah, so it takes some... Oh, damn. What's the alternate for this? Because, yeah, it'd be nice to just make some smart plating. Ugh, still need the rotors. 2 per minute. 2 per minute. Not that much. How much did I just say that I was making? Okay, I could still actually even still make some. Even that could be done on very low amount, because I'd probably just feed it into whatever's needed. Like, what is it? The adaptive control unit? Oh no, this takes it, yeah. Just send it into modular engines. In a very slow trickle. Be fine with that. I've never tried that before. I always end up going for a big number, but then you complete it really quickly. It's like, well, I wonder what would happen if I just went with a slow trickle and then build other factories while we're waiting for it to be done. I don't see anything wrong with that, as long as it's not extremely slow. But yeah, it'd be nice to make smart plating. The other one was versatile framework, right? Because we used to make that too, but I cut that off. So we make 40 of these, and I don't even know how much steel beams we make. Something like 300 or something. Something like that? Maybe 30. I don't know. It seemed like it'd be a lot. I have to check. Which I'm tempted to do. So yeah, space elevator parts, getting those together would be good. I'll just quickly fly it and we'll check that. Hey, Asgarath Alpha. So anyway, to answer that question, will this factory supply future factories or just myself? I guess a bit of both. It might supply a little bit to other factories, but really probably just mostly me, except for the couple things there that were quite high number. My steel factory's just over there. I really need to put like walls on all these things now. That's what I want to do in the next stream. Just go over everything and clean everything up and get a real clean power line. That'll be the goal. No fluctuations on the power. So this will tell me how much we're making right now. $11.25 per minute. So we're making 67.5 steel beam. Provided they're all clocked that way, are they? Yeah. And then for pipe, we're currently making... nine of them. 9 times 20. 180 per minute. Okay. Yeah. So with that bit of steel, you know, versatile frameworks is definitely good to be automated, I would say. That's 10 per minute, you know. Fine. Good number. What's I know I should know this, but like 2500 divided by 10, because we need 2500 divided by 10, it's 250. 250 minutes. 250 divided by 60. It's not 4 hours. That's nothing. Banging out the space elevator in 4 hours for versatile frameworks if you just bring 2 components together. Totally easy. This is all paused because I haven't set up a whatever you call it. And how's power actually handling all this? I think we're probably right on the edge for power now. Getting close. My max consumption is 5,100. My production is 5,800. We've got 600 megawatts to play with, but also a little bit to clean up. I also need to check if there's anything else we can get in here. I think we're just at the stage where we need computers and like electronics components. But it might be time to get another power factory going as well then. Yeah, I think so. And find spheres, I guess. Alright. Clean power line. I'll just wait till tier 9. Well, yeah, I'm like obsessed with trying to get like a power line that doesn't have any consumption. And you can easily do it, especially at this stage. It gets harder once you get trains and variable things that consume on and off. But you can put them on different power lines. So like a truck station or a train, I would run those on a separate power grid, thus keeping all my factories easily checkable. It's like, oh, if you get a little fluctuation, you know something's wrong in one of your factories somewhere, if you care about that. So that's why I like having that. Right now, I know why we're fluctuating. It's totally fine. But yeah, things like that need to be just fixed. And we've got trucks coming and going, and yeah, there's a few things that just need to be cleaned up like that. And then I hadn't put a roof on this because we didn't unlock them at that time, but we have them now, and I've got lights. So we'll definitely do all this. This will be great fun. That. I'd like to do more actual cosmetic stuff. And actually, now that I've got coated concrete, we can coat this whole thing. That was going to be a doorway out to here, but I feel like just put this on for now. Take off your shoes when you go inside. Nice. Looks kind of nice, right? Give it a little time. We'll get there. All right. I apologize for people just catching me live like Daniel, because I'm actually just heading off. This is the end. We've done it. We made motors today and sent off our latest milestone. So we're done. Took a long time to get that factory done, but hey, at least it's set for a while. Now we're going to go continue and try to keep advancing. Although, how do you make the custom signs with words? As an example, here's a sign. That text here, you just type it in there. You click layout if you want to change the layout. Maybe no icon, maybe only an icon. Maybe an icon in a frame. So let's go with that for now, for instance. Change the background. Do kind of a hazard symbol. We change our colors. We can then make it scary. Better watch out. You could even completely remove everything, right? If you get rid of the icon. There's other ways of doing this actually, but you don't have to do that, but you could just do that. And then, yes, emission strength 3 if you want to brighten the crap out of that. Then what we could do, Control C to copy it. Now we've got a little mind your head type thing. Maybe a bit extreme with the brightness on that, but yeah. Something like that. Anyway, you unlock them in the awesome shop. Yeah, you get them in the awesome shop. You need tickets. You get tickets by building an awesome sink and sending things into it. The better the thing, or the more complex the item, the more tickets you get. I used the wrong ones then. I was tripping. No worries. Yeah, no worries. So yeah, you can use them for words. Another nice way to frame them is to whatever. Just find one with text. Maybe get rid of the background if you got one. So none. Or gradient can look good too, but I quite like just using white. Black. Low. And turning off the emission strength. So something like that can look quite good, depending on the circumstance. What can often look good is if you're really particular with your colors, right? So I have my different presets set of all my different colors, and I tend to only use them. I don't make I don't go like, oh, this is close enough. I tend to use the exact one. The reason for that is because when you're hooking up signs like this, let's say we get holding E lets you do a radial wheel, by the way, like that. Go with just an icon, maybe. Okay. Now, the background will be the same color as the wall. Sky will be black. The emission will be off. Right, so no light's coming from it. It makes it more like a very flat sign on whatever it's positioned on. So then you could have like something here as well. Or even what could look cool is the 2 icon one. Okay, and then, I don't know, the exit sign, something, I don't know, whatever. Then we have to turn off the emission. Cool. Now, it's maybe not the best example there, but just generally speaking, the idea is that, like, if it blends in with the wall enough, which for some reason it doesn't really do that here, it should. They're the same color. They should be, anyway. I've done it in other factories where it almost just looks like it's part of the wall. That's the effect I was trying to go for there, but it is not as clean as I'd like. But anyway, you get the idea. So if you're designing factories like that, you know, blending them in with the actual colors of machines or walls can end up looking quite good, depending on the situation, I guess. Yeah, so that's what the signs do, and how you can be kind of somewhat mini creative with them to a certain extent. Oh man. Alright, that's going to have to be it for me. I'm going to save it here. I will upload this save straight after the fact, so if you want to play around with it or see what's been going on, you can do that. Stream 9, it'll be called. And yeah, just go to whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory to grab that. Just want to say thanks as well for all the support. 959 members is pretty insane. Insane amount of them are gifted. I think 350 or something like that, so I do appreciate it. Sorry that people are just joining and I'm about to leave, so I've probably missed some chat here towards the end, but I do appreciate people being here. Tomorrow I'll be live probably earlier in the day, I would hope, than I was tonight. Although for you people who are just joining it now, it's probably not a good thing, because I don't typically go late in this. It is 30 minutes past midnight. What else? If you haven't seen it already, please do consider checking out my second channel. It's What Darren Plays City Builders, only if you're into city builders, right? So I'm playing Frostpunk 2 right now, which is arguably not even really a city builder, but it kind of is. Just put it there anyway. And then Anno 1800 is the other game I'm playing there as well at the moment. Just those two games for now, but other games in future depending on city builders that come out. This channel, just going to stick with Satisfactory for now for the foreseeable future. And maybe other factory games, just try to keep it within the same genre at least. That'll be the plan. Gonna follow you. Thank you. And that's it. That's really going to be it. So I'll be back hopefully tomorrow. And we'll go over this factory and just make sure the world is running clean and keep trying to progress. Alright. And thanks, I am enjoying Frostpunk 2. This packaged fuel melts steel beams. I'm not allowed to make those jokes anymore. It's too soon, apparently. Alright, that's going to have to be it for me. Thank you very much for watching. And, oh, I was just going to hit stop streaming. Got to throw up the credits. I'm working on updating the credits as well. No, so these credits, right? I guess you actually can't hear me when I do that. But the credits, there's like 959 names now. So I've got a lot of work ahead of me to include all of those names. But I'll be doing that over the next couple of days, and Rosie will be helping me. Oh. Thanks for the subscriptions, by the way. Thanks for the stream. No worries. All right, have a good night. Have a good rest of your week if I don't see you. And yeah, that's it. Goodbye.